Let me introduce our first speaker today, special guest. Now, it's a member of our project, a project that support this activity, and I'm talking about Professor Josh Justin. Professor Josh Justin is a professor of the University of Barcelona, but in this conference, most part of the participants, I would say that almost everybody, we are lawyers. We have studied law. Professor Josh Justin is not a lawyer. He's not a lawyer, at least by education, but I would say that it's a lawyer by training. He studied mathematics and physics at the University of Amsterdam. He also pursued a master's in logic at the Institute for Logic, Language and Computation in Amsterdam too. And he later obtained his PhD in mathematical logic from the Utrecht University. He's now a professor in the Department of Philosophy at the University of Barcelona, and he's working at the intersection of logic, philosophy, of mathematics, and computer science. And we have been collaborating for, I would say, a long time now, many years. And at least for the legal part, we are very happy of having Professor Josh Justin with us. I don't know if he is so happy in his relationship with lawyers. Sorry for that, but we do our best. So beyond the jokes, thank you very much. Just you're very welcome, and it's a pleasure to have you. And you have the floor for the inauguration of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the kind words. As to my attitude to lawyers, as long as they are not active in a court where I'm involved, I'm very happy with the interdisciplinary approach. And thank you for your patience and my ignorant questions. But this is it's a thriving learning environment. So I have the honor to open this and to be a singleton panel because, yeah, I wouldn't fit anywhere else. So I'm going to talk about the role of language, and in particular, something more technical, but it will be controlled natural language, and then as a bridge between large language models and formal methods and programs. Should I do something? Just click on. Just move the arrow. Okay, I go. Coming from a different culture, I just walk around instead of sitting. Anyways, so summary of this talk. If you listen now, these 2 minutes, then you have the talk, and then later I will entertain you with some more arguments. But this is basically just the outline of the talk. The legal language is shaped by the legal practice. Okay. Now, lately, there is a lot of automated decision making or AI assisted decision making, legal decision making. And as a consequence, the corresponding languages, they impact the legal language, or they should, or they are, as a matter of fact, and or at least in the discussions, what it should be, right? And I think that if we have a spectrum, one extreme would be natural language, and the other extreme would be formal language. And what I wish to bestow upon you is the knowledge that there is something in between. Well, sometimes you've heard of it of legalese, but there's something more formally and mathematically in between, which is called controlled natural language. The title was structured natural language. They're a bit of synonyms, but it's not really important. Controlled natural language is the better name here. Okay. And the use of them, of these controlled natural languages, you can think of them, they're not natural languages and they're not mathematics. They're somewhere in between. Okay, those are controlled natural languages, and their uses has advantages and disadvantages. Okay, so now you can write your emails, and I will. The rest of the talk will be intellectually tickling and of course developing this fund. Okay, so let's start with a picture of a someone of my country. This is Peter Breugel. Well, I don't know if it's my country, right? I mean, it was not known when he was born. So we were either proud citizens of the Habsburg or of the Spanish reign. We
It
don't.
was Spanish, probably.
Anyways, this is the Tower of Babel, and this was a king Nimrod. He was so proud. He wanted to defy the gods and make this tower that reached up to the gods. And then the gods they stopped Nimrod by giving different languages to the people, so there would be confusion and they could no longer collaborate and there would be misunderstanding. Sounds familiar. Okay. Actually, the English word to battle allegedly comes from there. And in Catalan, we have Fer la Babala, which may also, it's never clear, but there are different theories. Anyways, so languages are very important. And I want to reflect on the role of language in the legal practice and in a changing legal practice in the context of increasing LLM and automated decision. So what is the right language for law? I mean, there was this idea of Leibniz that there should be a universal language, a characteristica universali, and then actually he envisioned just a computation to code disputes and give a solution. And actually this codification, el código penal, the código penal code, that this is reflected in the language as well. Of course, by now, through experience, in a sense, this is a utopian dream, but at the best, we have domain-specific languages where some sort of computation can be done. Okay, should we compute? Is law anything related to computing? Well, it depends on the area. And apparently, in current society, we find it very important to import a lot of computing. Don't know if it's a good idea. That's not up to me to judge, but it is being done. Okay. So practice and usage shape the language, right? So I included this picture because in the Netherlands we have a lot of rain, and so we have a lot of words for rain. Eskimos or Inuits, they have a lot of words for different snows, and well, legal practice shapes. I mean, there's theft, there's urto, there's all kinds of subtleties. They shape the language, and of course, our language reflects what we need and what is useful for us. There is a very nice example. So this is one of those tickling intellectual joyas, the jewels that I bestowed on you. Like there's this philosopher of language, Janet Fodor, and she invented the word Phrygian. What is a Phrygian? A Phrygian is an elementary particle, just like a lepton, a meson, a proton, a protons. Anyways, an elementary particle, which is a Phrygian when the fridge of Janet is open. When it's closed, it's no longer a Phrygian. Okay. Okay, so this is a well-defined notion. This word is completely useless. Well, now not anymore, because in the philosophy of language, people speak about this, and they speak about this in the so-called frame problem in artificial intelligence. Anyways, the point is we create a language that we need. Okay, and now with a different use, we will need different words and we need different linguistic attributes. Okay, and also there's a lot of cultural imprint on usage, right? So my classical anecdote is we have 3 kids, and when we do the declaration de renta, every year somehow our kids disappear from the system. So then we have to tell them, hey, we have to pay a little bit less because we have 3 kids. And then, well, suspense. We wait a couple of months, and then comes a letter, and it says, we have taken your proof into considerations, and then something follows. And I'm an academic professor, and I don't understand it, right? So this comes from a culture where it's close to Latin, etc., etc. And anyways, it's also culturally defined. And words change over time. So there's this word sophisticated. This was an insult during the Platonists, right? Well, you're a sophist, right? You're using reason to twist reality. You're a sophist. But now sophisticated is something positive, right? So these things change as well. So I reflect a bit on language. And I'd like to mention here one linguistic philosopher of language, and among other things, which is Ludwig Wittgenstein. And actually, I should take 2 pictures here, because one often speaks about Wittgenstein 1 and Wittgenstein 2. His most famous book is the Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, which in part actually he wrote in an Italian prison. So, of course, during the First World War, he was captured, and many important books have been written. Marco Polo also wrote his memoirs in it. So, yeah, if you're writing your PhD thesis, maybe. Anyways, so in this book, he gives an attempt to relate language in a logical, positivistic way, deterministic, empiristic way to reality, which is like be as scientific as possible in the discipline of philosophy. And then they often speak of Wittgenstein too. And there is this very famous phrase, the language game. So he completely breaks with his earlier work and says that what we do in language is just a game. I say utterances, and then Julie says utterances. And there is this, and this, of course, is very much in line with current LLMs, right? I mean, there's no logic. Well, big companies now are trying to include logic, but it's just a language game, right? Okay, so that's another reflection on language I wanted to share with you. Okay, so what was the main line of my talk? Like, language is important, it is changing because of the change of habits. So apparently we find it very important to do coding lately, right? So of course, because society is big and there are just issues that need to be done by a computer if we want to live in the way we live. Okay. This is, of course, not in all areas, only where there's no discretional powers involved. Then it makes sense to resort to codification. I will give an example short. But once you automate, and we'll see examples of that, you need complete disambiguations. So no open texture, what is called. And okay. And then we will see examples from a recent paper with Petya. Like we start with something very silly, and then it starts building up. Should the programmer make decisions? Okay, so let's. So this is from a recent paper. It's also on the archive, and it's published in the Erdal journal. So what could possibly be wrong with this? Is regulation 561/2006, European regulation. What can possibly be wrong with this article? The daily driving time shall not exceed 9 hours. Good. Your daily driving. However, the daily driving time may be extended to at most 10 hours, not more than twice during the week. I mean, you're the lawyers. I mean, it seems to me at first glance it seems like clear. Okay. And then typically before the stipulation starts, you have the ontologies, you have the definitions. A week means a period between this and this. Okay. This doesn't exist. 24 hours does not exist. This is not a scientific. Okay. But I need to disambiguate, right? No problem. I know what you mean. But how far can we stretch this? I know what you mean, right? Because we will go further. Okay. Um, Daily driving time means the total accumulated driving time between the end of one daily rest period and the beginning of the following daily rest period. Okay. So that's curious. Daily driving time doesn't refer to a day, right? It refers, they call it daily, but it's what they call in linguistics, it's not a subjective modifier, right? So this is a green ¿cómo se llama esto? Cahier. Notebook, yes. It's a green notebook, and then green is a subjective modifier because it modifies the property of notebook. But daily driving time does not modify the driving time. No, it's what they call a privative phrase. Okay, so good. But then week is defined, and weekly refers to really as a subjective. So that is dubious, but nothing serious. This is just academic tendency, right? We're scaling up. Wait and see. Okay, so that's the first one. Oh yeah. Mm, there's leap seconds. Have you heard of those? Segundos intercalados. So the Earth rotates, and on paper, in theory, everything works fine and nice, but reality always is slightly different. So the Earth does not have a constant rotating time. It doesn't. Everything shakes and wobbles and does weird things. So every now and then we have to adjust the calendar so that the 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 time related to day and night is actually related to our calendar time. And already that the Romans knew this, and anyways. So also every twice per year there is a committee of wise women and men, and they get together and they say, let's take out 1 second or add 1 second to this up here. Oh, what happened to a week if there is an additional, or there worse, if there is they take out 1 second, right? 23:58 is then the latest moment. So then a week becomes from the Monday to, it becomes 2 weeks, right? Because here's the deadline. You know what I mean. Don't be pedantic. Well, but the programmer, where should the programmer make his choices? They just forgot that leap seconds do exist, right? And this is not because they're silly. This is not. I mean, you will always forget things, right? And this is. But there's something nicer. I mean, I just come back from a little trip, and then we drove on Sunday night because and then there's still a lot of trucks. So the trucks, they typically drive at night because then it's quiet, and they remember week was this Monday to Sunday. What happens if you start driving on Sunday evening? So you have dinner with your family, you drive, and then you go rest at 4 in the morning. That's a daily driving time, because daily meant that was a privative a sentence. It meant between the driving time comprised between your resting periods. So this is a daily driving time, even if it's at night. To which week does it pertain? Right. So I started out with this utterly evident legal provision, and now it becomes like, can we freely say I assign it to this week or to that week, or when the largest part pertain? What should I do? Is it the programmer that should? Right. So this is very simple, and this is because we decided that this should be automated. And it makes sense to be automated because the tachograph is registering the activity, and there's just not enough human power, manpower, right? So to check this by hand. So it makes sense. But this is changing the shape of legal language. And there's something even, there's something, I write non-locality here. Can someone make sense of that? Non-locality? Of this, that I can choose where. There's something, there's a hidden, yeah, so I mean,
you don't know where to collocate.
Exactly. So
yeah.
If I decide to put it here, there may be, remember, I should have 9 hours rest, but on 2 occasions, I'm allowed to do 2 blocks of 10 hours. Sorry, driving, 9 hours driving, and then, but I may have 2. Now, what if I assign this to this, and I have already 2 here, and I get a fine, unless one of the driving periods is here, and then what happened? And then I can assign this to there. Oh, but that can happen again. So my legality of this week may depend what is going on arbitrarily far away. So these are things that you do not expect if you don't have like mathematical or logical training, that such a simple provision has all these side effects. Okay, so we find it important to code, and it makes sense. But then should we have languages that exclude all this ambiguity? Well, when we get to programming languages or mathematics, and even then, I mean, really, if you want to exclude all this ambiguity, I mean, do we want a law? What about legal certainty? If you have to understand that, and the leap seconds, but in this case, that then you can choose to which week. I mean, it becomes rather involved, right? Right. And then we get to the problem that if I write it in a formal language, in this, I mean, Julie is hoping now that I'm not asking any mathematical questions to you. And just that we have a gentleman's agreement. He doesn't ask me any legal questions. Right? So Julie does not understand this. Just as I do not understand the letter that arrives when my kids have disappeared and returned. So there's a problem. So we work with the spin up, and we have this protocol of programming where we have formal specifications. There is no ambiguity, mathematical language, and we specify what the automated decision proceeding does. And there is a code, and we mathematically prove that there is no error, there is no misunderstanding, everything's fine. Well, do you understand this formal specification? Well, I do if I spend a lot of time on it. But designers of the legislators, they do not understand this, right? So this legal certainty, explainability, this is something philosophically deep, I say. There's something more happening. And that's why when there's something deep, I resort to Lewis Carroll. And there's this very nice quote that I like. So Alice says, this is through the looking glass. There's no use trying, she said. She's talking to the Red Queen. There's no use trying, she said. One can't believe impossible things. And the Queen answers, I dare say you haven't had much practice, said the Queen. When I was your age, I always did it for half an hour a day. Why, sometimes I believed as many things as 6 impossible things before breakfast. Right? So is understanding this legal certainty, explainability, is this just a psychological mental state? Or, well, of course, with my training, I come from logic. I believe that there is some sort of golden standard. But then still there is an act of faith. Should all of you guys believe me because I've done the math? Right? So there's something very deep there, and we should think about that. So what we have done is we've taken some scenarios. So what happens if you take natural language and write stipulations, only not stipulations about murder and things, no, only stipulations that are meant to be implemented. Right? What if you write them in natural language? What if you write them in formal language or technical language? Right? And then I'm not advocating one scenario or over another. I mean, this is an interdisciplinary enterprise, and we should decide that all together. And it will probably depend on the situation. And we just said what happens with legal certainty, accountability, contestability in these scenarios. And this is from the paper with Petya. We considered legality, legal certainty, arbitrariness, motivation, and clarity, and we just took natural language and formal language. Oh, so that we call this the tension table. You can do various approaches. Up to you. Okay. Then now I want to speak a little bit about that there's something in between here, and this is called controlled natural language. An example is Catalan. Take notice of that. I think it's very interesting. This is by Dennis Merincou, and I advise you also to take notice of this scholar. He is a computer scientist, but he collaborates very closely with legal department, and I think he's a rising scholar, and we will see very interesting things from him. He already designed Catalan. This is actually has nothing to do with Catalonia. It is a Belgian French bookkeeper or fiscalist. He received angry emails from National Catalonia.
Really?
And I said, why you're misusing this name? Anyways. He claims he has worked with the legal scholars, and he's getting now commissions that with 2 days legal scholars can use this. I don't know. I think it's a selection of the legal scholars. Personally, my skin just starts itching when I see this. I don't want to do this. I don't think this should be part of legal practice. I don't know. But if legal practice decides to outsource decision to automated procedures, then these questions should be affronted. So I will show you now. I've been studying last year a language which is called FRED. This is from the NASA, and FRED stands for Formal Requirement Elicitation Tool. Elicitation, that means just, it's a hefty word of saying to make. So the idea is that you write natural language, or controlled natural language. So you have a very limited vocabulary, and you have a very limited grammatical structure. Grammatical structure actually is so poor, it's just this. It consists of 6 attributes, linguistical attributes. A scope, well, let's start. It has a verbal phrase, which always says shall, right? So this is a deontic, say, or imperative statement. And then it shall has some response. So you shall rest after driving, right? All right, there is the timing. After 3 hours, so this is the timing, this is a response, and this is the component. For example, the driver or the janitor or some actor. Conditions, when it is 5 o'clock, or scope is in working mode or in resting mode. Okay, and so this is controlled natural language. The philosophy behind this, or the idea, is that we take the best of both worlds. So we have natural language, so it helps you to understand what's going on. However, since it is very simple, we can directly, there's a one-to-one correspondence between phrases in Fretish. That's called Fretish. If you write in Fret, it's called Fretish. If you write in Fretish, there's a one-to-one correspondence between the mathematical language and the controlled natural language. So I've been studying it, and I needed to get To know it, I needed to do something. So what we did is study how the translation to the logic worked. Let's just have a look at the words. Timing is immediately, never, eventually, always, within n time units, 4 n time units, up 10 timing options. Useful. I mean, there's a lot of legal provisions that involve temporal provisions. Shall is mandatory. Component is also mandatory. For example, the car. And then a condition is a Boolean expression. For example, when traffic light is red and no police car near. Even then you should stay put. Scope is an additional feature because it's used a lot in computer science. It's before some modus or after in, and basically, for example, this is your working mode. And this is, that's here and here. Here and here you're working. This is your mode when in working mode. And then there's before. Then there is after. Well, is it really the best of both worlds? So, for example, like consider this situation, darling. Tomorrow we go on holiday. So, since I have to start a car before driving away, I already start a car, right? Before, because that's an impediment. Before you drive away, you should start your car. But in natural language, it doesn't make sense, right? To start your car already the day before. I mean, you end up without gasoline. Another reason to have an electric car. But you see, there's a lot of connotations. So, are we really taking the best of both worlds? We're taking, anyways. So I leave that as a reflection. So the mandatory fields are component, shall, and response, and those are optional fields. And this is an example of control and shall. Okay. So another example was this Catalan. Well, leave it to the community. I'm happy to participate, as we've been doing for almost 10 years now, to discuss what are optimal strategies here. I just analyzed it. There's 240 possibilities because just there's a finite number, and I changed the logical structure. And then this, by the way, this is the interface, which is nice because language has many aspects and there's many ways of expressing things. Typically, if you don't understand me and I have to explain and clarify, I use different words or I have different jargon, right? And this is happening here as well. So here, for example, is in roll mode. Roll autopilot shall always satisfy autopilot engaged and no other lateral mode. I don't know what that means, but there's a picture here. Like this should happen, the green stuff, and whenever there's an explanation, but there's also a rationale. You can comment that if you program in Frederick. And there is the mathematics. So I would just go here. You would probably go here and force in every interval where. Okay. And then you can check it. You can just say, suppose this were true, this were false, and then you see what the behavior is. So this is nice and could be used in the legal. What we did is just analyzed it, and basically what you do is change all these words and do it in a compositional way and map it into precise mathematical language. So no reason to understand, just realize that there is this utterance which seems natural language, and then just look up in the table and there is a general structure, like there it is. And then I look it up in the table, and then I can map this language, which seems natural language, I can map it directly to unambiguous, programming amenable language. And then we are very proud of it because our translation is much better. This is NASA. So in scope, upon condition, component shall before stop condition satisfy response. This is NASA. And this is side with whom you want, but I stayed in. Okay. Of course, we found, well, I already mentioned, before you drive away, you start your car. natural language, we have so much connotation, common knowledge. It's very difficult to get that into logical terms. It's very difficult, and it's very good that this interdisciplinary contacts take place, because I'm not aware of the subtleties or legal subtleties, and most of you are not aware of the implementation subtleties. I have.
Now 31 minutes.
And it should be 25.
Yeah,
Okay.
with flexibility.
Okay.
It's just the first call.
Okay. So I will wrap up then. This I have to skip. And okay, we were here. Yeah, so the parcel shall within 1 day satisfied be delivered. That does not imply in this framework that it shall eventually be delivered. Okay. So this is just logical. There are situations where this is true, but this not. We found that we sent it to NASA and said, oh yeah, well, they're not working with it anymore. So basically, to wrap up, what have we seen? We have seen that for some legal situations, we do need unambiguous and we do need programming. We don't want the programmer to disambiguate. So there is the problem of language. We have natural language, we have coding, and we have controlled natural language in between. Is it the best of both worlds or is it the worst of both worlds? I do not know. I just wanted to share this piece of knowledge with you. And it keeps the logic of the street. And here's Lewis Carroll again. Fury set to the mouth, etc. Okay, so that's it.
You put your article on the screen, the article that you wrote with Pen and other people, just to have the reference. If anybody's interested in going in depth. Exactly. This is okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Justin. Josh, thank you. Sorry for the call, but I think that it's a good introduction, thinking out of the box, out of the legal box. But I think that the problem of being precise in law is we know it, but now we are entering a new age where to be precise could be linked to automation, so it can have important consequences. I don't know if while we change, if there is any question or observation of curiosity or whatever, using the possibility of having with us Professor Justin. I know that some of you are interested in general theory of law and philosophy. I think that there is a connection with some areas of some legal areas, probably more in general theory, the use of languages, etc. So please feel free.
I mean, whenever we as a lawyer start learning about rulers code, we interrogate ourselves on which type of regulation can be translated, etc., etc. And at that time, let me qualify it as a translation. Sorry for not to be precise, but this translation is still manual, or AI can and is a support nowadays to translate natural language. So I mean, juridical rulemaking rules into code, because it's also must be taken into consideration. I mean, whenever okay, we can find a very technical regulation, like, for instance, in theory taxation, because in fact taxation in field in Italy is full of, it's plenty of discretional step, so it's quite difficult to translate code. So, but in theory, let's say we found out a very technical field, the translation, it takes time, energy, effort, or there is an AI application that can be used.
Okay, so the first, that's a very good question. There is a theoretical thing and there's a practice. So I collaborate with two girls here, and one did a programming in this, and I asked her, "How did you program that?" And she said, "Well, it does this and it, but how does it do that?" Well, she just said to the LLMs, "Do give me a code that does this and this and this," and then it doesn't work, and you change it a little bit. So this is a practice that's taking on everywhere. So that's a bit scary, I find it, because then I interrogate her, like, what is going on? Tell me what well, I don't really. Well, let me look at the code.
So even you,
But I didn't if I would program, I would start. But okay, so the translation. So first of all, there must be a translation from legal ontologies to measurable ontologies. Like driving time is not a measurable driving is not a measurable entity quantity. So speed is. So there is a whole. So first you need a translation to say what do I mean by driving, and then there's just we looked into the legal provisions. Driving is, and there's a couple of stipulations whenever you're in motion or when you're 1 minute stopped, at least 2 minutes stopped the car, then you can conceive it as non-driving, unless it is proceeded. Then there's a whole bunch of. So first you need a mapping. So that's already non-true. Your mapping of the legal real-world ontologies to measurable ontologies. If it's automated, then so that's already a non-trivial task. And then you need to automate the stipulations. And the idea of this, the control natural languages, is that you don't need to think about that, and that you can formally prove that that is correct. But then again, it has happened to us in our so we do formal methods, apply formal methods, that we have proven that the code does exactly what the specification said. And then we found out, oh, that the specification is not really what I meant. Right? So it's a highly.
You have to check the code.
No, you have to check the specification. But the specification is very close to code. So it is a highly non-trivial. It is never automated. If it's automated, it's short run. And it is highly non-trivial and it's very.
But do you think it's feasible for a legislator and regulator? I mean, with all this nowadays, because perhaps in the future it will be easier.
I don't think so, and I don't think it's a good idea.
Oh, great. This is a clear answer, very clear. Because there are a lot of applications around the world. The OECD is endorsing this approach. The French one has an open source application to translate legislation to code, but I wonder whether it's really feasible. So, beside all the theoretical, I mean, whenever you have principle, you cannot. Whenever you have discretionality, you cannot. So, in legislation, there is a
right. I mean, at some points we have to do it, but it's a very delicate enterprise.
So
it's
this
very.
is a principle from the European Commission. So a lot of
no, and there's a lot of economic stimuli to do it. I mean, you cannot by hand check the tachographs of trucks hand by hand. That doesn't work. But we have serious problems. I mean, even if it's open source, which should be a minimal requirement, and here in Spain with the Caso Bosco, one had to fight and fight and fight to get it. Even if you have access to the code, I mean, it's impossible to see what is going on. So there should be layers on top of it. I mean, there's even like principal reasons like Turing's incompleteness theorems. It's principally impossible to understand what a code does. It's a mathematical theorem. You cannot understand what a code does. Mathematical theorem. If you give mathematical meaning to understanding, right? But you can do that. And it's a mathematical theory that theorem, you cannot do that. But even there are workarounds. You can have a restricted part of programming You don't need Turing completeness for your tax revenues, right? So you need a very limited part of programming, and then you can do things. But then it happens, and everyone that works in formal methods had the case that you wrote down a formal specification, very nice, and you can check that there is no error. This was not like so.
Then there is the risk of challenging the enforcement based on ruleless code court. So, okay, thank you. Sorry for having monopolized the discussion. Thank you so much.
Great. So if you agree, we can pass to the first table. Thank you, Josh. Thank you very much.
Yeah, question. Sorry,
please.
You said just right? Yours. Oh, sorry, yes. You said that language, maybe I'm wrong, huh? You said that language is shaped by practice and by, let's say, cultural conventions. Am I okay? Am I all right? So if legal concepts are shaped by legal practice, in the translation from formal to formal language, isn't there a risk of losing something essential about our legal practice? I'm not sure if I'm clear.
A resounding yes.
Okay.
But I do not advocate it, but it's just being done. I mean, there is this. I am very well familiar with this traffic regulations, this 561206, 2006, and it's practice that we have outsourced this to machines. So it's not a question. Isn't there a risk? Apparently, society doesn't really care about that risk, but it's also understandable. We cannot check hand by hand, or we should have simpler regulations. But this is always an interplay. I mean, law could be very simple. There's just one deontic commitment: be a good person. But then, yeah, what does that mean? And then you have Código Penal, you have Código Civil, you have we're currently in
a possible collateral effect of automation and using code is, as you have said, having simple rules in the sense that the use of parameters, clear parameters to avoid ambiguities, which is good in some times, but in other times, the world is complex. You cannot use simple parameters. So this is a problem. I remember a conversation with Danish people. They are trying to use automated regulation. Probably you remember that. And one collateral effect is that in terminology of administrative law, replacing discretionary powers by replacing them by bind powers. Everything is with parameters clear. This is good. Depends on the sector and depends on the decision, because this is a dream of humanity. And for example, in the French Revolution, to have clear parameters to be applied and avoiding this discretion. But I think it's difficult in some areas and in many areas. So, well.
And frustrating. I mean, Javier de la Cueva is very good always with saying, and what if my surname has a symbol or for example, we have Indian people coming to the Netherlands and they don't have the thing of a birth certificate. It doesn't exist, but it's a regulation. You need a birth certificate. So if the rules are very tight, there's always exceptions. And as Oscar Wilde said, truth is hardly simple and never clear. I mean, it's always, yeah.
Okay. Are you satisfied, Federico?
Yeah.
For the moment?
Yes. Thank you.
During the lunch, we can go in depth. Okay. So, thank you again. Let's go with the first table. We have three speakers. Professor Nicoletta Rangone from the Università di Roma LUMSA. Professor Verónica Rojas from the Pontificia Universidad Católica del Perú, and Professor Enrico Carloni from the Università di Perugia. Let's begin with Nicoletta. Nicoletta, are you ready? I would like to say something in 1 minute in relation to the Jean Monnet Center. Professor Nicoletta Rangone directs the new Jean Monnet Center of Excellence on Sustainable Artificial Intelligence for Regulation at LUMSA University in Rome. And I would like to say that the center is developing the first open forum innovation for regulation, organized in 3 city international program. The first session took place in Rome, June 5, some weeks ago. The third session will take place in London in September 18. And the second session is in coordination with us today in Barcelona. So with the project at Mayes. So just to say that we are happy to collaborate with you. And this is a joint venture between the Jean Monnet Center, the young Jean Monnet Center, and us, the University of Barcelona and the University of Catalonia. So welcome, and you have the floor.
Thank you so much. The new center, but our cooperation started a long time ago. Thank you. I think there are someone in the waiting room, Petya. So I'm very happy to be here in this floor, and I would like also to welcome the many students and attendants online from LUMSA University. Okay, just to have a glance of the spread of artificial intelligence in the public sector. This figure is taken from Joint Research Center, who maps regularly, daily, the new application. And this is very important since transparency is key. So these applications spread from enforcement to adjudication to rulemaking and lawmaking. And this is, don't worry, I will not going through this PowerPoint, but just to make you aware, but I'm sure that all of you is already of the technicality that have been developed and throughout the AI Act, and let me say the overregulation. But what I wanted to say is that the approach of the EU Act is right-driven and risk-based. Those risks are the risks related to potential harm to health, safety, or fundamental rights. Among these fundamental rights is the environmental protection. So environmental protection is among the main aim of this European regulation. My question is, does this regulation ensure a high level of protection of the environment? And the answer is quite complicated, but I will try to be short and simple. So the Earth approach is right-driven, and this is very good. We are very proud to be European from this point of view and many other. But the way these rights are protected raises some concern. And one concern is the approach of the risk approach carried out already at regulatory level, at legislative level. So why this may be a problem? Since it can age quickly. And one example is come from the recent position of the European Parliament concerning the omnibus on AI. The Parliament introduced a new prohibited application, which is the nullifier tools, which are the nullifier tools. So we can see that already this regulation adopted 2 years ago need to be updated, and is not still enforced since this omnibus, as we all know, has been delayed the time frame for the timing for the application. So this approach also leads to overregulation. Since we had many articles, and the EU Act is an architecture, since don't know, we have the regulation, which is quite long, full of annexes, but it will be implemented throughout code of conduct, standardization, delegated act. So a real big picture, which is not easy to navigate. So this regulation, coupled with legal uncertainty created by this changing of regulation at the time that will be adopted and implemented, make it very difficult to be understood. And it pose a question to the tweaker, the rule of law. But at the same time, what I'm concerned about today and in general is that in this, and what I find quite paradoxical, is that in this tension between overregulation and extreme simplification in order to foster innovation, environmental concerns are not seriously taken into consideration. Okay, so let me take a step back. For a long time, European and international bodies promoted artificial intelligence as a driver for efficiency. Great results were and are expected from AI in order to tackle sustainability, our problem of making our world and all the activities undertaken in the world sustainable. And artificial intelligence has been promoted as the main driver to reach the climate neutrality by 2050. So, of course, AI offers great opportunity to tackle the environmental challenges of our world. But at the same time, AI produces impact. And those impacts must be measured and addressed in a way. So, I will give you some example. Nowadays there is a growing body of evidence showing the substantial consume of energy, water, critical raw materials in order to train and use AI. For instance, and this example is well known, a text search through ChatGPT consumes 10 times more energy than a Google search. But what is quite surprising and frightening is that a reasoning model, such as ChatGPT-4, consumes between 70 and 100 times more per query than a conventional LLM operating in a conversational mode. For instance, Gemini or ChatGPT-4. So this is about energy. Then you have water. To write a 100-word email, ChatGPT-4 will consume about half a liter of water. Of course, we can distinguish between data center consumption and inference consumption. And talking about data center, we have unluckily many examples of energy and water supplies being diverted from local communities to data center. But talking about data center, there is something in the regulation already adopted and in the way to be adopted. What is really missing is the impact of AI in training and inferences. So many studies are warning about this impact, and the title are revealing in themselves: the coming wave, insolvent, AI into the wild. But what happened at the EU level in the AI Act? So In 2023, the European, since after the spreading of ChatGPT, the European Parliament reopened the process and added to the proposal, 2021 proposal, some rules very relevant from an environmental point of view. One of these rules was about sandboxes. So the sandboxes who were environmental friendly. The application of the AI environmental friendly may have preferential access to sandboxes. These, as long as other rules, which will have induced and incentivized the environmental friendliness of the new application, have been deleted. The final agreement, political agreement, eliminated most of these rules. So nowadays we have this exponential growth of AI, followed by an exponential growth in the use of energy, water, and greenhouse gas emission. So the AI Act leave this environmental cost in the dark and not tackled, since we will see that there are some rules that concern only the energy use and just the use from general purpose model and iris system. So I don't want to bother too much going through the detail, but just to say that, for instance, fundamental right impact assessment would have been the tool devoted to assess the impact on the environment. But there are, in fact, this is not the case, or it is the case whenever it depends from the implementation at national level. But the impact on environment is not explicitly mentioned, and this is a weak part. Moreover, the scope is narrow, since it applies only to iris system. And there are exceptions, since the system used as a safety component in critical infrastructure are exempted, while they may produce a substantial consumption of resources. In addition, we all know that this system that perform only preparatory or narrow procedural task may be exempted by the regulation of high-risk regulation. That's good, but at the same time, that doesn't mean that if they are just supportive, but they may consume energy and other resources. So if they are exempted also by the fundamental right impact assessment. Risk management system. Once again, devoted, very, very sophisticated tool, but it addressed just the iris system and only the energy consumption is considered. So the process is too narrow. Moreover, we have to consider that this environmental footprint often begins before the deployment, during the model development and training, while this system is applied to another phase. Standardization. Standardization is the solution in front of this plethora of rules and obligation imposed to the developers. The fact to be compliant to harmonized standard is the solution. So, but this is also quite dangerous, since this approach shifts value-sensitive choices to these technical bodies. And among these choices is also the environmental right protection. In addition, if the request from, the function is quite complicated, but there is a request from the European Commission to the standardization body to provide these standards. And we have to remember that these standards are not for free. So whoever wants to be compliant throughout this approach must have to pay. So whenever the request from the European Commission is not sufficiently detailed, the risk is that the standardization focus just on energy consumption. And the code of practice. This is, we can qualify that this approach as a delegated self-regulation. And the European Commission devoted a significant importance to this approach in order to indirectly address environmental concern related to not just to high risk, but to all the application. But the limit of this approach stands on this nature and its own nature. So the fact to be voluntary. Okay, so disclosure, I don't want to, so we have here the expert on transparency, but just a few words on transparency disclosure obligation. It's limited both for general passport model provider and for high-risk system provider. In a nutshell, it's limited to energy consumption, and this is a great limit. So what we can do? In my opinion, in the absence of any strict and compulsory rule adopted at EU level in order to improve the sustainability of AI, it's unwilling that economic operator will assess their environmental impact. So in this framework, the role of national legislature is key. But at the same time, we have to say that without a methodology to measure, a common methodology to measure those impacts, it's impossible that regulators adopt a clear and consistent rules. So we need a shared measure across and so the technician, of course, this is not up to legislator. We need a common methodology. We need to be clear about what have to be measured, which step have to be measured in the value chain of the AI. Let me give you an example concerning the footprint of the AI on water. So the AI system may require water at several levels for the production of microchips, for cooling data center, of course, this is well known, but also there is an indirect consumption of water in order to produce energy. So which of these stage must be taken into consideration and how to assess this consumption? This is key to have a common framework in order to be clear and then to have a real transparency, based on measure and comparable data provided in a clear manner to all stakeholders and the public as a whole. I'm convinced that this will be beneficial from many points of view. It will support reputational incentive to the operators in order to be greener. It will increase our consciousness on the everyday use of AI. Moreover, for those in charge of human oversight, which we know is limited to iris system, but it's already something, this transparency will enable to perform effective supervision. But the last point is that this access to clear and comparable data will allow public administration to make informed decisions between in-house development and market procurement. And how can public administration make sustainable choices? Well, I think that they should, sorry, they should create a proportionality framework to assess whether training or tuning AI model for a particular task is proportional to the carbon footprint that this task produces. And in this proportional framework, monitoring existing use is key. Since if you know that another public administration is using a model in the enforcement or in the rulemaking process, you can be sure that this administration has be confronted to the same problem that the public sector has, meaning explainability, transparency, and but in addition, reuse has a great impact in terms of limited resources, limiting the impact on the AI. And reuse is also great in terms of sovereignty, national sovereignty, European sovereignty, because since it limits the sharing of data with services hosted abroad. So another point is questioning whether the model size needed is the bigger one. So there are many scholars that claim that oftentimes a small language model is even better for public administration, since it's more focused, of course, less efficient, but more focused, and can be produced in-house or can be taken in by another public administration who developed it in open source. So I would like to end my presentation quoting the Antonio Gutierrez, who 2 days ago claims that it's time to come clean, no more hidden cost. And a joke, and I really thank you for your attention.
Like the picture. Thank you, Nicoletta. Thank you, Professor Rangone. And the idea is to have some minutes at the end of the 3 interventions for our conversation. And now it's time for Professor Veronica Rojas.
Yes, sure.
We
You
can move.
say,
Yeah, the keyword.
But I'm not sure that the video.
Now it's the moment for Professor Verónica Rojas, as I said, from the Pontificia Universidad Católica del Perú. Welcome, bienvenida. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much to the organizers, Professor Julie Ponce and Professor Agustín Cerrillo, for the invitation. It is a real pleasure and honor to be here today to bring a Peruvian perspective. What I want to share are 2 things. How Peru is regulating AI and a governance framework to make those rules measurable in practice, illustrated through 2 concrete examples. But before to go into the matter, I want to highlight something. In a few weeks, exactly 10 weeks, our AI legal framework enters into force for public entities and also for several private sector companies, including health, education, banking, and finance. It's not under debate, enters, in fact, into force. Okay, so let's walk me through the legal framework briefly. Peru is the first country in Latin America to enact a binding AI law together with its implementing regulation. According to the Latin American AI Index of 2025, only 2 countries in the region has approved AI laws. Peru in 2023 and El Salvador in 2025. Now, perhaps you might ask, this is Brussels effect, and the response is yes and no. Peru adopts a risk-based model inspired by the EU AA Act and places the protection of fundamental rights at the core of its legal framework. But the parallel goes so far. Why? Because the obligation architecture is asymmetric. Binding obligations for the public sector, and while many of those obligations are optional or attenuated for the private sector. Okay, so it is a legal framework on its own, a Peruvian way. Our AI law pursues 3 main things to foster the development of AI system by public entities, private sector, citizens, academia. 2, to promote the use of safe, responsible, and ethical use of AI systems, and also to ensure that AI is developed and used safely, ethically, sustainably, transparently, and accountability. Now, its scope. Public entities is under the scope of the law. Public entities, state enterprises too, the private sector, civil society, also academia, and one precision. It does not cover the end user level for personal users. Okay, purposes. So the law has given operational force by its implementing regulation by a Supreme Decree, and this Supreme Decree is structured in 6 titles: general provisions, AI governance, capacity building, funding and incentive, risk and transparency, obligations and oversight. Is similar to the EU AA Act, nothing innovative here. And also, I want to highlight in this slide 2 things. Our definition of AI-based systems is aligned with the OECD 2024 update, which you are certainly more familiar with than I am. And the regulation sets in 12 guiding principles. And each principle has a legal anchor in Peru, each one. So we have 12 specific legal frameworks for each general principle. Non-discrimination, data privacy, fundamental rights, copyrights and IP, safety, security, and reliability, AI literacy, sustainability, human oversight, transparency, and also accountability. But we have also an ethical approach, and and standards. I say, yeah. Oh, no, it's no problem. Risk-based security standards like ISO. Yeah, okay, thank you. Please help me to. Is risk the presentation? Okay, thank you. Well, regarding to the risk-based approach, no? Peru's regulations has the AI classify the AI systems in 3 tiers: prohibited use, high risk use, and acceptable risk use. Is similar to the EU, the list of the articles of the EU AI. It's very similar. And I want to highlight 2 prohibited uses. One is related to generating, is forbidden generated autonomous lethal capacity decision making without a human supervision. That could cause physical harm in the civilian sphere. Also, is forbidden by law conducting mass surveillance, but without legal basis. I think this, Professor Julie Ponce, this reflects the humanity reserve principle in our legislation. In regards, in reference to the main obligations for public entities and private sector, and from our regulation flow concrete obligations for public entities. Every public entity has to issue an institutional AI policy, multidisciplinary teams built around the public problem and a specific public problem. We have, as a public entity, share the high public value through our national data center. And it's also important that we have specific regulations for accomplish an obligation is publishing source code, but only for AI systems developed with state funds. And also in the high-risk AI systems, the public entities have to make room to human oversight, especially in health, education, justice, finance, and social programs. No, obviously there are obligations to audit, security audits, and privacy by design. And for the private sector, is different. For example, it's optional, and a risk impact assessment is optional. So then we have in our regulation mandatory technical standards like ISO for public entities, and this set of ISO standards are optional for private sector. But who governs AI in Peru? In the public sector, we have an AI national authority. It's not an independent agency. It's the Secretary for Government and Digital Transformation, SGTD, is within the presidency of the Council of Ministers. And this organism has doesn't have inspections functions, and also this authority still don't have sanction power. So the name authority is relative here, okay? And then our regulations establish three main roles. Is the AI officer role is mandatory for public entities. The data protection officer is mandatory for public and private companies also. And this is we have other officer, is the digital security and trust officer. In the beyond the internal governance, Peru has a network of competent authorities. There is GTD as a national authority, but we have in the copy for competition and intellectual property, the cybercrime division of the national police, the judiciary, the controller general, the ministries of education, of production, the national authority of personal data protection, and obviously the ombudsman. So now the deadlines, no? Counted for the 9th of September of 2025, 1 year, next 9th of September, for the executive and legislative branch, and also the judicial branch, constitutional autonomous bodies, and the private sector. And 2 years, 3 years, 4 years for all other uses. Okay, the regulation also looks forward, and our regulation creates a regulatory sandbox. No, I mentioned this because yesterday's session were dedicated entirely to sandboxes. Peru has a legal enabling framework for both public and private sector to run sandboxes. Though no cases have been implemented yet. Okay, so Peru has principles, Peru has AI law, Peru has a specific regulation, obligations, a risk model, oversight, etc. But here's the problem, no? I think that every framework in Europe or Latin America, anywhere, states its values, general values, but almost none of them measure them. So how do we move from principle to measurable practices? I propose, what I propose is a governance framework for responsible AI, analyzing any public sector AI used through 4 dimensions. The first dimension is the general interest and public value. What public good does this serve? And it is genuine. No? Second, understanding the process. Do we actually understand how the human process works? And third, justification or motivation of the AI use. Is the right tool for this public problem at all? And for the applicable legal framework. This for this mention structure the analysis before for each one we derive measurable KPIs. And this is my final part of my presentation, the 2 examples, no? From principle to measurable indicators. And this framework aims to turn each principle into something measurable through 3 elements. The first element is proportionality, the second, actions, and the third one is KPA, the indicators. No? And let me show how it applies to proportionality. No? My case is Analia. Analia is used by and designed by OCITRAN. OCITRAN is Peru's transport infrastructure regulator. And OCITRAN, using AI Builder and Power BI from Microsoft, created an AI system that reads supervision documents from transport concessionaries and turns these reports into a dashboard for supervisors, cutting time and data entry errors. This AI system, was recognized as a good practice in public management in 2025. No? But here's the critical point. Ocitran reported the value of this AI system only focuses on our safety, but proportionality demands also other things. So the AI governance framework aims function in that way, no? The principle. We have to do an effort to define the principle in a simple way. No? The principle proportionality in this case is an AI-based system must be adequate, necessary, and suitable to achieve public purposes. It's obvious. The key question is, AI is the best available alternative to solve this specific public problem? Yes or no? So if the answer is yes, well, we could go to the action. No? The action is verify that this AI system is suitable, necessary, and proportionate for the public aim while preserving a space for human oversight where needed, and a high-risk AI system, for example. No? And the indicators to public value, obviously, the person hours, processing time saved, no, against the manual baseline. And second, the number of supervision report issues in same period by humans and with an AI system based. Yes. And also the third indicator is a system log recording that human supervisor validated each output. Is combined with the user experience, and to the user experience ask the public servant, do you agree with this report? Yes or no? Do you want to edit this report? Yes or no? And this generates a log recording, okay? So this is one of the two examples, and the second example is from principles to measurable indicators. Is about the transparency principle. And in 2025, I joined with a researcher from Stanford University, Manuela Travaglanti. We carry out an ethical evaluation using an ethics toolkit. Very interesting. I recommend it. It's the ethics toolkit developed by McCoy Family Center of Ethical Society from Stanford University. Well, our finding was that the litigants cannot know that AI assists the judges in adjudicating their cases, no? Nor their information is processed. And this fact may decrease trust in justice. So the action, no? We recommended that the judges, in this case, the Superior Court of Lima Norte, have to inform, has to be transparent, no? In two forms. Inform the litigants that AI systems is used by the judges, no, to help adjudicate these cases with a footnote. No, in these cases, the judge used a Mauta Pro, an AI judicial assistant, but the judges has to do the oversight supervision, the human supervision. And other way is to create a public repository of these algorithms in the official website of the court. The indicator is, we suggested, was the number of resolution issues bearing the transparency footnote, or also the creation of an algorithm repository on the official website of the court. That was applied in, as I said, in an ethical assessment of the Amauta Pro AI assistant in the superior court. So in Peru, what comes next? We have to apply our national strategy on AI, and we have to elaborate ethics guidelines, transparency guidelines, guidelines for the implementation of the sandbox, and guidelines for high-risk impact assessment also to be enacted. And I think in Peru, we have to work also in a public policy for productive AI and technological sovereignty, I quote. And so we have huge challenges in regard to the implementation of our regulation. Yes, but I want to let you go with a question. No, we are discussing today's about AI regulation, AI sandboxes, but I think we have to think about what will we be regulating in 1 year, 5 years, or 10 years? Because AI is it's advancing very quickly. So finally, I want to share with you a good news for me. And in July, my new book will be available in the Pontificia Universidad Católica Perú, Inteligencia Artificial y Derecho. And well, I will be glad to share with you this great news for me, 3 years writing. And well, I want to that my book on artificial intelligence could guide the persons in this AI era. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Rojas. Thank you, Veronica, and congratulations for the new book. We are exciting with the new publication, and I'm sure that it will contribute to our knowledge and to follow the conversation. And last but not least, Professor Carloni, you have the floor. Well, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody. I find myself in the awkward position of standing between you and your well-deserved coffee break. So I'll try to keep my presentation in a short time. And this slide, a disclosure moment, this slide were created thanks to Notebook LM. And this is a part of the problem. The slides are realized faster and better than my personal slide. This is the context in which we find in this moment. the performance of the systems, AI systems, is very strong. So I can start with a different point of view, also to stimulate the debate. I would like to begin with a point counterintuitive in a conference on AI regulation. My focus today is not mainly on how to restrain artificial intelligence in public administration, or how to make it safer, or how to ensure that it complies with the growing number of European national rules. This is important, but this is not the first issue. The first question is different. Do public administration have a duty to adopt AI? And if so, what is this duty based on? My answer is yes, and the basis is constitutional. And I will develop this argument through the Italian case, but I think it has broader relevance across Europe. Two provisions of the Italian constitution read together suggest something stronger than a mere permission to use AI in public administration. They suggest a real constitutional push, and in some cases, even a constitutional duty. The first is Article 97, which requires good administration and impartiality. This is usually read as a constraint. Public administration must be efficient, must be neutral, must act properly, and this is true. But there is more than that. It's a commitment. An administration that systematically underperforms, that creates backlogs, that decide slowly or inconsistently, and that fails to use available tools to improve its functioning is not just inefficient. It's falling short of a constitutional obligation. So if AI tools are not available, and if they can genuinely improve administrative performance, then refusing to consider them cannot simply be treated as a neutral choice. The second provision in Italian Constitution is Article 3, Paragraph 2, which commits the Republic to removing the economic and social obstacles that prevent the full participation of citizens in political, economic, and social life. This changed the frame. The issue is no longer only organization. It becomes one of substantive justice. Administrative inefficiency do not affect everyone in the same way. It is hardest those who depend most on public service, people who cannot turn to private alternatives, who cannot easily navigate bureaucratic complexity, and who are most exposed to the effects of delay or error. So when an administration fails to use available technological tools that could make it more responsive, it's not making a merely technical decision. It's making a distributive one. And this is a constitutional implication. As said Alessandra Pioggia, the constitutional system implies a principle of taking care with all tools we have. So we have two risks. The risk, surely, of an approach in which we badly designed or badly governed AI. This can create opacity, discrimination, and the erosion of a procedural guarantee. Those risks are real. They must be taken seriously. But there is also another risk, the risk of inertia, the risk of an administration that uses caution as a reason to not move, that regulates defensively, and that allow the gap between its technological capacity and its constitutional mandate to grow wider every year. So precautionary principle and the precautionary approach cuts both ways. But there is really a problem. We are in front of a relevant changement of public administration. I speak of artificial administration in my book. Also, I have a new book for you. And the idea for artificial administration, but now I speak about the similar idea, the idea of augmented administration. AI do not simply make public administration faster or more accurate. Change the nature of administrative action itself. Decisions that were once produced through individual reasoning, documented procedures, and signed act with an identifiable author now increasingly emerge from processes that are partly or even entirely opaque, and that involve both human and non-human agents. And that creates a real legal problem. I have actually not the time to examine better. But augmented administration is not a destination, it's a condition, and requires augmented guarantees. The Italian case is an interesting laboratory. We have a relevant jurisprudence on the use of AI and automatic decision in public administration. And now we have also a legislation, solid legislative framework. So I think Italian experience is very relevant since the decisions of the Council of State, Italian Council of State of around 10 years ago. The court said that algorithmic decision by public authorities must satisfy the principle of legality, transparency, reviewability, reformulated in new terms. But there is a problem. Legislative principles, statutory obligations, and jurisprudence cannot realize the complete the system. There is a problem of institutional capacity. So Italian experience is, I think, strong in terms of regulation, very less in terms of implementation. So we have, can say, the safety belt, but we have not the car in any way. And this is a problem in the terms I said before. There is also another relevant problem. The illusion of permacompliance. We have rules, so everything is okay. And in this, I was very fast, but there is also another problem, and I want to speak about this for some minutes. In this moment, in this context, there is another problem. I think the most underestimated problem in this moment. While academic and regulatory debate mostly focuses on institutional AI, systems that are formally adopted, assessed, registered, and governed under applicable rules, a parallel and largely invisible transformation is already taking place. Public officials at every level are using generative AI tools to draft decisions, prepare legal opinion, shape reasoning, and respond to citizens' requests. This is not marginal. It's a widespread and probably growing. And frankly, is easy to understand why. These tools are accessible, they are often free or inexpensive, and they really do help officials deal with workloads that are structurally excessive. An officer who uses an AI tools to draft a complex administrative decision in 30 minutes rather than 3 hours, or me with my slide, for example, is not behaving irrationally. They are responding to pressure with the tools available to them. But the legal implications are serious. The first concern responsibility. The second concern transparency. The third concern impartiality. Generative AI systems are not neutral. They reflect biases in training data. They produce outputs that vary in ways users cannot easily observe. An administration bound by impartiality cannot be indifferent to this systematic introduction of non-validated and unaudited reasoning processes into decision-making, even if that introduction is informal. And there is a second, more serious scenario. When shadow AI becomes an office practice rather than an individual choice. If a unit or a directorate informally adopts AI-assisted drafting as a standard operating procedure without any formal decision, without any conformity assessment, and without updating any transparency register, then the problem moves from individual responsibility to institutional legality. This is I think, the direction of travel. And neither the EU AI Act or Law 132 of 2025 in Italian law deals with it adequately. Another problem is the capacity of public administration. And in this context, the human oversight simulacrum will lacks time, will lacks authority, will lacks expertise. So in this context, frequently, human oversight is only formal. We can try to move shortly from diagnosis to direction. We need some conditions to govern this transition. The first one is capacity before compliance. Much of the energy in AI governance and also in Italian governance is focused on compliance. But this is not enough. This legislation presupposes a level of institutional capacity that most of public administration still do not have. So the first investment must be in capacity, not just the capacity to fill out compliance forms, but the capacity to understand what an AI system actually does, to assess whether its outputs are reliable and unbiased in the specific context of use, to design oversight mechanisms that are substantively effective, and to learn from experience, including from failure. And that capacity cannot simply be outsourced to vendors. It has to be built inside public institutions. Through training specialty units with real authority and shared methodologies that administration can actually use. Without that, compliance will remain mostly formal. There are some other principles, but I have not a lot of time, so I go shortly. And I refer to the written text for more approfonded analysis. This is not a technical choice, it's a political and legal choice. We need a public aid, and this is the most difficult condition. A genuinely public aid is one whose adoption is treated as a public act, transparency, justified in terms of public interest, and open to participation. But this is very difficult to realize today. So we need to design a new architecture for the augmented administration. We have to know that there is a constitutional commitment, so we have to use these tools. But in this path, we can use only legal principles that frequently are formal. We need internal capacity, design constraint, public value evaluation to protect the institution against shadow AI and simulacrums. So we have to build an augmented administration to protect citizens. This is, I think, the central task of administrative law in this decade. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Carloni, Enrico. Well, we are in a crossroad because I imagine that we are exhausted. And all of us online or in situ, we need a coffee now. But at the same time, our speakers introduce interesting issues, and I have some questions and probably other people. So I suggest you, I'm improvising, I suggest you the following solution. I will stop here. I will go for a coffee. Sorry for people online. We would like to invite you to a coffee, but at the moment it's not possible to create a digital coffee. So please take your own coffee. And then in 15, 20 minutes, we can come back. Probably some of the questions and comments here in situ we can discuss now during the coffee, but when returning in a promotion of a democratic environment, I'll open 5 minutes, 10 minutes for people online if you want to introduce a question or suggestion. So, if you agree, then we stop here for 15, 20 minutes. Perhaps we can introduce a message for our online friends. And around 45, 50, we will be here. And then we will use some minutes for questions, and then we will open the second table. Okay, thank you very much. Interesting. To me, two questions of special interest. Is there a right law to artificial intelligence? Hay un diritto all'intelligenza artificiale?
Diritto all'adeguatezza tecnologica.
Questa parte è interessante. La seconda parte interessante per me è la idea del simulacrum. La idea de la formalidad y la informalidad, la idea de hay un autor argentino que habla de la administración paralela, una administración formal y una administración paralela. Yo creo que hay Agustín Gordillo, yo creo que este es el problema. Sobre el derecho o el deber a usar la inteligencia artificial, hay un informe del Consejo d'État francés, no sé si lo has manejado. En mi libro hay alguna referencia que el Consejo d'État francés se puede colocar la pero ellos no tienen un principio de buen andamiento.
Will it be closed? Will it be someone
Bueno, pero hoy es más cerquita que ayer, ¿eh?
Sí, pero bueno,
Es bastante determinante. Bastante determinante.
esto, okay, we are going to start with the second panel, but just before starting our second panel, as Professor Julie Ponte said before, if there's any question from the online audience, this would be the moment to ask.
Speak now or silent forever?
If you have any question, you can just
Raise your hand.
raise your hand.
Digital hand. Question
No?
or go for the. Okay.
Then now we are starting the our second panel. It's called Digital Infrastructure and AI Deployment in Public Administration. And our first speaker in this panel is Petia Ginchev. She's a PhD candidate at the Universidad de Barcelona. As Professor Justin said before, he has been working with Doris and also with Julie, and is also a researcher in our research project. So, Petia, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for having me here today. And I will start by two considerata. So first considerato, we are running behind schedule. So due to the technical problems we experienced, so I'll be very brief. And the second consideratum is that I'm running a total honesty policy today. So being totally honest, I had a slightly, meaning quite a different presentation prepared for today, but given the expertise of yesterday that has pointed so many examples, also real world examples from the administration, I change ad hoc my presentation, though the title is exactly the same, another AI paradox, technological and politics or policy momentum versus institutional readiness. So I'm going to fundamentally pose some questions and then ask for the expert opinion here. Why I am talking about this another AI paradox, the whys? Well, the UA considerations on artificial intelligence are especially worries about common market and ensuring harmonized rules for competitiveness, and then also as a twin pillar, the citizenry, protection, fundamental rights, security, safety, etc. Then the EU agenda. We are talking about digitalization of public services and therefore public administrations, which is what I'm mostly interested in. And then the EU desideratum, which is AI for public good. And you can see that the EU is very worried about ensuring the safe and great use of AI. So, AI paradox. First, technology. For AI, we have a momentum. Technology is being created and deployed. Politics and policy, we got a momentum. We have quite a few legislative measures. The EU AI Act is probably the most notorious, but then we have the Data Act, the Fairness Act, just a universe of regulatory measures regarding AI. And then the third is institutional readiness, which is my question mark. Do we have a momentum? Are our institutions ready for deploy the technologies that we are already regulating? So first question, do we have the technology? Well, we should think that we have the technology. We have, I don't know, self-correcting chessboards, for instance. We have all the LLMs, the large language models. So technology seems to be really there. A different question, though, is technology there for the public administrations, which is the main topic. And as a second regard, we have the technologies. We have a lot of problems with AI, and not only with AI, also with simple software, and I will reference that later. So first level, we have errors. We have errors or mistakes, glitches, bugs, whatever you want to call them, throughout all types of technologies, software and artificial intelligence. At the second level, we have biases as another problematic, and we left those as defined as when an error causes discrimination, it's a bias for AI. Then we have hallucinations. You have the definition on the screen. So it's basically when AI seems to give a good or reasonable answer, but actually does not make sense when we evaluate what is the generative AI saying. Then we have another problem, maybe for the past year and a half, which is sycophancy. We have a very old definition of sycophancy, which is behavior in which someone praises powerful or rich people. So not sincerity, just to please them and take advantage of them. So AI seems to be doing that. If you have used any generative AI, probably the model will give you the reason for whatever you are asking or whoever you want to test. And the last year, we are seeing a problem with agentic AI. I found in the literature that most of the doctorate doesn't want to speak about AI agents because they are related to any expert system. But agentic AI is those large language models deployed at a very high degree of autonomy. So they are managing several tasks and performing but the problem here lies in that the AI is plainly lying or is disobedient to the rules established or to the task asked to perform, and then we probably will have some future problems that today we are not aware of. So my second question is, do we have the law in place? Well, we have at the EU level, we have the EU AI Act, we have now the Digital Omnibus Regulation proposal, we shall see how this goes, and then we have the guidelines on AI, because as it seems, the EU AI Act is not clear enough. So we already have one on prohibited AI systems, we have a guideline on AI definition, and we have all those guidelines listed that will be issued this year, 2026. So before going to the third question, what is AI? And this is an obsession of mine to say because of the EU AI Act. And it goes for simple software versus artificial intelligence. In recital 12 of the AI Act, we have it's not provision, we have in the text saying that simple software or traditional software making or techniques are not AI. So we basically have a gap, a legal gap in the EU AI or in the EU IT, information technology definition. So we know what is AI, but we don't know what is simple software and how to address simple software problems, basically errors and biases, not hallucinations and fancy. But then on the guidelines that try to clarify this definition, well, we can go through autonomy and through adaptation and all the characteristics, but the final and the conclusion remarks, remark 62 says, no automatic determination or exhaustive list of systems can be made. So we are facing case-by-case decision on what is actually software and what is AI. Now, are our institutions ready for accepting both the technology and operating within the EU AI framework? I'm not really sure, mostly because the AI Act acknowledges that we need literacy in AI. We know, and several questions have been pointed out by the doctrine, that we don't know, we don't have the expertise, we cannot retain the talent and compete in matter of salaries for the public servants and with businesses, etc. So, and also we have other problematics that some of the Professor Josten has pointed out with regulations and the law. Now, how this connects with AI regulatory sandboxes? My questions are specifically for AI regulatory sandboxes for the public administration. Now, the thing is, and that's at least my view for now, that AI sandboxes allow AI or tech companies to use public physical or digital spaces, which is fair enough. They have to make their tests. They use public expertise, which that is the main reason why sandboxes are basically created, right? So businesses can receive this audition or auditing from the public experts and adjust to and complain with the regulations. To my knowledge, and I can think of some examples, they have a priority access to user citizens versus users clients. So a wider pool for users and test users, which again, there are rules placed for competitiveness doing the businesses, so that should be somehow addressed. I guess it's addressed. They have priority access to public data. No fees for the enterprises that undergo the testing through sandboxes. limited or no liability as long as they comply with the sandbox plan. And then we would see and witness, I guess, AI companies that are potential providers of AI for the public sector going through the regulatory sandboxes. So I'm not criticizing the figure of sandboxes or otherwise real-world testing, but just pointing out some issues that may or may not be a source of conflict. So as to regulatory sandboxes, well, first definition, we have one of the OECD, and OECD is quite important because they were the first to craft the AI definition that later was accepted by the Council of Europe and of the European Union. The regulatory sandboxes in artificial intelligence report also points at some benefits and some challenges. And here we have another of the legal OECD instruments, recommendation of the Council on Artificial Intelligence, where they do recommend in principle 2.3 to the states to really put in place those sandboxes for AI. So that is good. In the second place, we have the Council of Europe Framework Convention on AI. So just if you can see the map, it's very small, but anyway, we have quite a lot of signatories, but no ratification right now. And again, states are encouraged to put into place AI regulatory sandboxes. And the purpose of those is safe innovation. So ensuring democracy, rule of law, etc. Now, what happens with the AI Act? Well, with the AI Act, yes. So we see sandboxes in Restos 25 and 138 to 141. Then in Article 3, definition 55, we have a legal definition of AI regulatory sandbox. If I'm not mistaken, in 53, there is a sandbox plan, the legal definition, and then all articles except for the 60 from 57 to 63 are on AI regulatory sandboxes. So 60 is real world testing, but it seems to me at least that does not imply exactly a sandbox. Now, what we see? Basically, we can see that the function of those sandboxes is to benefit businesses, of course, that are their main purpose or reason to exist. But then we see in letter B that supporting or sharing the best practices can enhance also public administration institutions' readiness for AI, especially letter D, which is contributing to evidence-based regulatory learning. And what I am mostly interested is in the meaning of regulatory learning. So it can be read, I suppose, as specifically as institutions or public administration learning from the experiences run through the sandboxes and then adjusting the regulations as much as possible. But then I propose that it can be also read as a byproduct of the sandboxes on how we can get our institutions within the public administrations ready for both deploying the technology and doing it within the legal framework. So now we have the regulation that will set into place more rules or more specific rules on AI sandboxes. I haven't seen that it has been approved. Maybe I'm late to the game. Again, the same in this display. We see basically the same benefits and the same, both for the businesses and for the public administration, especially for the regulatory learning. Now, The AI Act also says that we should have established an AI office, which should collect all sandbox experiences in the matter of AI throughout Europe and provide a list up to date of those. The thing is, we have the AI office established in place, we have the regulation, but I have been absolutely unable to find that list on the website. So I think I am an average or medium high user of the EU websites. And maybe it's my fault that I haven't found it, but my question is what happens with stakeholders and what happens with if those stakeholders have some sort of vulnerability or disability, which also are regarded in the EU Act. So, and with that, I'm almost finishing. Regulatory learning versus and organizational issues. Can AI sandboxes enhance this institutional within the public administration readiness, even as a byproduct of the regulatory sandboxes? And it seems that this is one of the goals of the European Union. We can see here the European Digital Innovation Hubs, which are not this list or this registry of AI sandboxes, but again, we have, well, some mentions to public administration. So enhancing the cooperation with the public administration, enhancing again regular compliance, but also lessons for the public administrations to learn through those AI sandboxes, and I guess how to incorporate completely and seamlessly AI while complying with the AI regulations. So, regulatory learning, I would propose to read it also as an institutional readiness for the public administration. So, have another layer added so public administrations can also learn how to organize and prepare the public administration to receive all the technologies and use the benefits while minimizing all the challenges and problematics. And thank you. And I think I'm almost on time.
Thank you, Petia, for this really interesting presentation and interesting approach. And now let's move to the next speakers. We have Professor Jakub Anderlicka. He's an administrative law professor from Charles University in Prague, and also Kristina Shopkova. She's a PhD student also at Charles University in Prague, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. At the very beginning, I would like to thank Professor Ponce Sole for his very kind invitation to this panel. It's a big honor for us to be here. This conference is firstly devoted to the regulatory sandboxes. So at the very beginning, I would like to inform you that from the 1st January 2027, the Czech legal framework will contain a general framework for regulatory sandbox due to the amendment of the law on research and development. So this law was very recently amended, and a new paragraph was added, which serves as an umbrella framework for regulatory sandboxing. So this is just to add to the knowledge already shared that right in the heart of Europe. Also, this new legislation has emerged. This new legislation is is very much similar to the other regulations. So there must be always a central administrative authority which allows or which permits this regulatory sandbox. The regulatory sandbox is always only for temporary time, and the power must stem from special law. So this new law is just a general framework, but there must be always a special law which gives the power to the central authority. One very bizarre thing which happened in the legislative process, I haven't chance to analyze the whole legislation so far, but very interesting is that in this new provision, in the title of the new provision, the term regulatory sandbox is not being translated to the Czech language, but it's there in English language. So this is perhaps, in my opinion, a very first case in Czech national legislation when the English term was taken. Although we have in Czech language Czech parallel or Czech translation. So this is not the case that the Czech translation will be not possible, but due to unknown reasons, the legislator opted for this solution. So it's using actually in English term in the national legislation, which is quite bizarre, and I think it's first time since the times of the Austrian monarchy. Another language than Czech language is used in the legislative. But this was just for information about the status of the regulatory assembly, and we wanted to show you a little bit different, something different from our research. Christina is my doctoral student, and Christina writes a dissertation about how the space activities challenge administrative law. And this, I think, may seem bizarre the first time when you look at the connection to this conference, but the main issue is following, and it's, I think, crucial for everything what was said. What we are speaking about is using digitalization and using the internet and using digital services for reforms and optimization of the public administration. What we, however, need in order to deploy and use all these reforms is the connectivity. Without having the connectivity, without the public administration and the addresses, the recipients, do have the connectivity, so we do have the access to internet, no regulatory sandbox, no AI can work. Due to the increase of the AI, there is much wider, much bigger demand for the connectivity. And what we would like to present is the new legal framework, just briefly, that facilitates the shift of the connectivity services from the terrestrial services, because traditionally the connectivity was provided by the terrestrial installations. The terrestrial installations today are endangered both by the national disasters potential, but mainly by war, terrorist attacks, and so on and so on. And there is a big wave inside the European Union to shift the connectivity services from the terrestrial installations to the space, to provide the connectivity from the satellites and from the space. Perhaps without the connectivity from the space, digitalization and the deployment of the artificial intelligence will be not possible in this amount and in this stage. How is it planned? and the European Union very recently introduced a new project. It is called the IRIS-2. And this new project aims to establish big constellations of these connectivity services until year 2030, which will be based on the public-private partnerships. And this will be steered by the EUSPA agency, which is based in Prague. So this is another reason why we are present. So I will give you some introduction to the issues, and then Christina, and this is the first Christina's performance in the foreign country. So so be kind and be okay. So we know that the AI revolution, both in public and the private sphere, is not just about the larger models and sophisticated application. It is also about the network infrastructure, which enables them, and all what we heard until now is just the final outcome, just the use of internet. So we were not speaking about to provide the internet. Without the providing of internet, all this AI regulation, all these regulatory sandboxes will be not working, will be not effective. As the artificial intelligence evolves, service providers must rethink the architecture to deliver the future of global secure connectivity. What was previously in the past impossible will soon become the baseline expectation for customers going forward. There is today, due to all what was said here before, today and yesterday, growing demand by the governmental actors, by the public authorities within the European Union for secure and reliable space-based satellite communication services, because they are considered as being the most viable option in the absence of ground-based communication system, or when they are disrupted or unreliable. Affordable and cost-effective access to satellite communication is also indispensable in the areas where there is no terrestrial infrastructure. We still have the areas in the European Union that there is no terrestrial infrastructure, including over oceans, in airspace, in remote areas, and where terrestrial infrastructure faces serious outages or cannot be trusted in the crisis situation. Briefly to say, introducing a digital ID has only limited impacts when the big percentage of the population cannot access internet and cannot download and use the ID. Introducing automatization of AI in public administration has limited impact in the stage when big percentage of the territory of European Union has no secured connectivity, has not reliable connectivity to the internet. The keyword which we meet here, and which is like a red line of our presentation, is what we call the digital divide. So on one hand, the public administration is being developed very fast, and the new technologies are being developed. On the other hand, we cannot left the population which do not have the secure connectivity totally or to big degree be not part of this process, because they will be not able to participate. And this is not about the population, but also about the private actor. So when we are speaking about the experimenting in regulatory sandboxes. There will be big number of private companies, firms, which will be in those areas where the connectivity is still very low and very unsecure. Therefore, there is this big demand from the public administration for the satellite communication. In 2023, so the issue is very fresh, very recent, the European Parliament adopted the so-called Union Secure Connectivity Program for period 2023-2027. And in the recital of this regulation, it said, it's written, satellite communication can increase the overall resilience of communication networks, for example, offering an alternative in the case of physical attacks or cyber attacks on local terrestrial infrastructure, accidents, or natural or man-made disasters. So these all are the challenges which trigger the European Union to establish this connectivity program and to shift a big part of the connectivity services to outer space. We see that in the last decades, one of the biggest principles, that was the biggest keyword which was discussed, was the sustainability. I think what is the main challenge for administration and for administrative law, also with respect to the modern technologies, and this is perhaps kind of trying to answer your question, what will be regulated in 1, 2, 10 years, is the resilience. Not anymore the sustainability, but the resilience of the infrastructure and the networks. And now I give the floor to Cristina to continue.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really glad to be here. And let me now turn to IRIS Square project itself. IRIS-2, the infrastructure for resilience, interconnectivity, and security by satellite, is intended to provide resilient, global, and secure connectivity to ensure the strategic autonomy and defense capability of the European Union. Planned as essential pillar of European space infrastructure, it presents the EU response to the growing dependence on information and communication technologies worldwide and the need to anticipate the acceleration of digital transformation. The legal basis for IRIS-2 is Regulation 2023/588 of the European Parliament and of the Council of 2023, establishing the Union Secure Connectivity Program for the periods to 2023 to 2027. The program pursues two general objectives. First, to ensure the provision and long-term availability of secure, autonomous, reliable satellite governmental communication services worldwide. And second, to enable the provision of commercial services by the private sector, including high-speed broadband, thereby removing communication dead zones and bridging the digital divide. In terms of governance and financing, 12-year concession contract was signed on 16 December 2024, providing for both public and private funding, including 600 million euros from ESA and additional funding plan for the following multi-annual financial framework for period 2028 to 2035. The IRIS-2 constellation is implemented as public-private partnership with the Space Race Consortium consisting of major European aerospace and telecommunication companies, including Thales, Alenia Space, OHB, Airbus Defence and Space, Telespazio, Deutsche Telekom, Orange, Hispasat, and others. As Shankar observes in 2024 analysis, the Commission has been particularly firm in its insistence of partnering only with European space actors, rejecting the involvement of non-European competitors such as Amazon, Kuiper, or OneWeb. The Commission's concern about difficulties in effectively controlling the activities of US companies and decision-making lie at the heart of the refusal to partner with foreign entities. and reflect the Commission's efforts to independence and assert over its communication infrastructure. The approach is not without its critics. As Egels points out in his 2026 study in Journal of European Public Policy, IRIS-2 represents what he terms privatized technological sovereignty, where the strategic projects are outsourced to private corporations and made conditional on their investments. With projects costs exceeding 10 billion euros, the economic sustainability and the balance of public and private interests remain subjects of intense academic policy and debate. Nonetheless, as Shankar concludes, the cost and consequences of not exercising autonomy over secure communications are significantly higher, and their impact on the practical and geopolitical security of the EU cannot be quantified. Not investing in autonomy over secure communications could imply an inability for the EU to defend itself against external threats. From technical perspective, IRIS-2 is designed as multi-orbit constellation, comprising nearly 300 satellites deployed in low Earth orbit and medium Earth orbit. The declared objective is to leverage the benefit of various orbital altitudes. LEO satellites provide low latency connectivity, while MEO satellites ensure broader coverage and service continuity. As Bonora, Giordani, and Zori demonstrate in their 2026 comparative simulation study, IRIS-2 and Starlink, the MEO components of IRIS-2 significantly improves link stability, with visibility periods of up to 6 hours compared to 8.5 minutes for typical Starlink LEO satellite, which is particularly critical in emergency and crisis scenarios. The IRIS-2 constellation is designed to provide resilient and secure network that complies with the strictest security and cybersecurity standards, offering robust services while relying on sovereign cloud infrastructure for data operations and management. The system follows security by design philosophy, integrating end-to-end encryption, anti-jamming protection, and robust cryptographics. This is Let me now turn to part 3 and final substantive part of presentation, which concerns a dimension of IRIS-2 that is perhaps most directly relevant to the theme of this conference, the struggle against the digital divide and its implication for AI deployment in public administration. The gap between connected, who can wholly benefit from the services offered by modern information and communication technologies, and unconnected forms what we call the digital divide. In Europe, this divide affects mainly rural and remote areas, where roughly just 34% of the population have at their disposal high-speed broadband connection, as Trisco highlights in his 2023 analysis. This is not merely a question of consumer convenience. It is a question of fundamental rights and democratic participation. As Trisco rightly observes, access to the internet has become intertwined with the democratic citizenship. As critical responsibilities of the states are transferred to online services, democratic citizenship increasingly relies on digital citizenship. A person cut off from the internet loses the capacity to give his or her democratic contribution to society. And for the purpose of today, there's further dimension. If AI-driven administrative decision-making is to be deployed across the European Union, it must be deployable everywhere. An AI-powered agricultural subsidy system is meaningless if the farmer in a remote valley has no broadband connection. An automated environmental monitoring system based on IoT sensors and AI-driven analysis is useless if the sensors in a mountain region cannot transmit data in real time. E-government, e-health, and e-justice services powered by AI and are hollow promises to the citizens who need them the most, those in rural, peripheral, remote, and isolated areas cannot access them. Recital 12 of Regulation 2023/588 is very clear on this point. It states that the program should be enable connectivity across the Union and around the globe for citizens and business, including but not limited to providing access to affordable, high-speed broadband that can help remove communications dead zones and increase cohesion across the Union, including its outermost regions, rural, peripheral, remote, and isolated areas and islands. The regulation acknowledges the satellite services cannot currently replace the performance on the ground-based networks, but can bridge the digital divide. In Europe, enhanced internet connectivity can play an essential role in preventing digital divide, isolation, and depopulation by reducing the cost of delivery of both goods and services and partially compensating for remoteness. In the context of IRIS-2, is not merely a satellite communications project. It is enabler of equal access to AI-driven government by providing ubiquitous broadband connectivity. It creates the preconditions for the deployment of automated administrative decision-making tools across the entire territory of the European Union, regardless of geography. It ensures the benefit of AI in public administration. The very subject of this conference are not confined to well-connected urban centers, but extend to every citizen, every community, every corner of the Union. Conclusion. Dear colleagues, let me conclude by drawing together the threads of our presentation. The deployment of AI in public administration, the creation of regulatory sandboxes, the experimentation with automatic decision making, all of these endeavors, which are at the heart of this conference, presuppose a layer of infrastructure that is often taken for granted, connectivity. And not just any connectivity, but connectivity that is secure, resilient, sovereign, and universally available. IRIS-2 represents the European Union's answer to this challenge. It is multi-billion euro, multi-orbit satellite constellation that aims to provide secure governmental communications, bridge the digital divide, and ensure that the benefit of AI and digital transformation reach every part of the European territory. It is built on a complex public-private partnership. It faces significant legal, financial, and geopolitical challenges, and its ultimate success will be depend on the capacity of the European institution, the member states, and the private sector to coordinate effectively. Thank you very much for your kindness.
Thank you, Jakub and Christina, for this presentation. And now we have some minutes for questions. Also here in person or online.
There you go. Yes, there is a question online.
At the same time, in person.
Question concerning about the friend.
Yeah.
Waiting.
Okay, so then.
So, thank you for your presentation. Very interesting. And IRIS is a huge project. We need it. We need it for a long time. And I wonder whether it's key for overcoming the digital divide. Also in Italy, we envisage to cover a part of the territory that is not covered by the fiber and other telecommunication tools throughout satellites, small satellites. My question is, what do you think about the delay in the implementation of a great number of satellites from this public-private initiative, which is European, so which is very welcome, really welcome. Since in the meantime, everybody knows that SpaceX is in the market, is very easy to have access to its services as a household, and in addition, in war contests like in Ukraine, as far as I understood, is deeply used SpaceX. So with the consequence that so everybody knows that the owner is the other part of the ocean. So whenever he decides to switch off, a whole country will be in the dark. So it's a it's a more a comment than a question, but I really would like to know what do you think about. And about also the point is that the lock-in effect. I mean, schools and perhaps states will be using SpaceX for a long time. So it's not easy to switch to another provider.
So I think this is all is about what we call the European autonomy. So if the European Union, because we see now the world became again fragmented. So it became very bipolar, and the European Union perhaps cannot anymore rely 100% to the private companies, whatever they come from. So it's about the European Union must self-establish its own independent facilities and installations, which will be not dependent on the private providers from west or from the east. But of course, this means more centralization, more. This is the path is the path is only this, but the key part, the one of the pillar of the development of the public administration must become also the autonomy, not the independence on the actors from abroad, and the resilience of the networks, which is very hard. Of course, it asks for big investment, what is not easy in this era of war in Ukraine and increasing demands for financial investments to the defense sector. Okay, but the key word must be, and the aim must be, European technological autonomy. So yeah, that's it.
I want to just add that I think European Union really acknowledge the risk and the potential threat, which is Starlink's masks when we become reliable on them. And I think like this is why all the processes which they are doing, investing money, the contract was closed pretty fast. Even the regulation was made pretty fast. It's from 2023 when mask threat or Ukraine war started in 2022, 2021, I think. So it's in European way, it's pretty fast, and I think everybody realized that. And trying to invest lots of money, trying to do everything as fast as possible, and trying to put the satellites into the orbit as fast as possible. The problem is technical mainly because, for example, even Jeff Bezos, Amazon Career, who is like the biggest rival in this field with Starlink, is not as fast as we can imagine. So there's like lots of technical complication, and Starlink and SpaceX has some kind of like advantage, but I think European Union knows that, but trying to be as fast as possible is implementing the satellites into the orbits.
Okay, Julie.
Curiosity about the contract with Spice Rice.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a big contract. I'm checking the data. 6.5 billion of public funds and over 4 billion of private funds. And among the companies, there is a Spanish company, by the way, Ispasat. What's your opinion about the contract? Do you think it's a good contract? I mean the allocation of risks and the possibility of the consortium of operate infrastructure and commercialize part of the capacity. Do you think it's a if you can give us some clues about that?
Yeah. I think it's really great that European Union take this private-public partnership. That it's not totally public or totally private because they have some kind of like control over the satellites and so on. But there's problem how in like in reality how they manage to regain gain the control or just take control over the satellites and everything about that. I think I really think it's great that we took only Europeans companies. I think even not the UK companies were part of it. So it's totally European, and third countries are not involved. Only as only in minimum. But I think it's great that they do this as fast as possible, and they took many European companies as consortium, not only one.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any questions?
No problem.
Okay, then we can end now this panel and move to the next one. Physically or
We change the moderation.
we change the moderation and also the slide.
Super. Io.
Aquí, ¿no? English.
Yo tengo nuestro
Pero no queda claro. No, si no havia objectiu. Perfecte. Oh, Wellington, vols que ho torni a posar?
No,
Els torno a posar l'USB a la sortida d'allà aquí.
un USB. Vols un USB? No, no sé.
Vale. Però la meva per correu. La del Luca i la de l'Eva està allà. Ah, només falta la meva. Te l'envio. Ah, l'ha trobat? Ah, sí, aquesta. Sí, sí.
Avui no tenim un bon dia.
Avui tècnicament no és el dia. Es pot obrir, Pues no sé si funcionarà igual. Per a Wellington.
amarrato il mio.
No, no.
Yo también, bueno, gran no sé si tan gran, pero
Ay, necessita millor.
que sí.
Okay. Okay, this time, without a break, we'll start with the next panel named AI for Inspection Activities. As the timetable is so tight, I'll introduce the first speaker, Professor Oscar Capdaferro from the University of Barcelona, and he'll talk about AI and inspections. So,
Okay, thank you, Maura. I'm really happy to be today in this panel with really innovative practitioners and dear colleagues and friends from Lumsa University. I'm going to speak about AI, or not really comfortable with this for the definition, but more let's talk about some different degrees of automation in public inspection or in the identification of infringements in order to follow with some sanctioning powers or activity. This, in consequence, is my framework. It's my approach to inspection is in the context of the use of sanctioning powers. So when I talk about the use of automated means for inspection, I'm mainly thinking about what is used in public administrations in order to identify if some activity could be considered an infringement according to administrative law. Then after that, some let's say sanctioning powers or procedure is in place in order to correct let's say this infringement and to apply the punishment that is in accordance with the law. Here I have made this classification. Perhaps it's still a working classification regarding the different degrees or levels of automation in this context of sanctioning powers, and regarding detection, we can identify at least different approaches. Some of a risk-based approach. I will say something else later. That is that the digital system has not identified any infringement, but just a suspicious pattern that needs further investigative action. And on the other hand, we also have systems that could identify objectively a situation or activity that meet the requirements of an infringement in the administrative law, and then is like an automated detection of the infringement. Then the second phase in this automated process is the verification of the infringement, in the sense that the activity that the system has identified meet the requirements of the legal definition of that infringement. So it can select the legal consequence to the identified facts or activity. And then there's another activity that can be automated is the, let's say, applying the corresponding punishment to that activity. And in some systems that I have been studying with not that much information because opacity is the rule, I have found some different levels of automation in all these stages. The most automated systems can do all of this, and some others cannot even do one thing, but just contribute to help in one of these activities to the human inspectorate or human officers in charge of the investigative efforts in public administration. Okay, this is just a general reflection, but I have lost a lot of minutes trying to put the slides. But just to say something about this, I'm asking here whether or not we are in a, let's say, in an evolution of the automated systems and being a possible goal in the future to have full automated control systems in every obligation that is possible to establish that kind of controls, because human means are limited. We have been saying this yesterday and also today. And perhaps if you can automate a control, it could be better or not, I'm not sure. But here you have the reference of the Spanish Labor Inspectorate that establishes that the inspection activity could be made automatically without any kind of human intervention. And the human intervention is only in place when the person that is going to be punished make a challenge with some allegation saying that fine proposal is not correct, and then can issue some problems or a false positive or whatever. Okay, now I have some examples. Here we have two pictures taken from fine proposals regarding the control of vehicles accessing the restricted area in Barcelona, the low emission zone. So the most polluting vehicles are not allowed to access that restricted area. And then the pictures show some vehicles that initially were considered by the system that were committing an infringement because were entering the restricted area without being allowed to do that. And as you can see in the picture, the one in the left is clearer. You can see the car is being towed, is not driving, so it's not polluting this car directly. The other one is not that clear. It's also the same situation, but here it's also a second. You can see that there is no driver. But also you can recognize that it would be moving in the opposite direction. So it's really also a dangerous situation if this was real. But here in the you can see it's in Catalan. I'm sorry. There's a from a report from the local ombudsman saying that in that system at that moment, I think that now it's different. There were no human oversight or control in the system, and then that's why this kind of images were keep appearing in some fine proposals back in the day. I think one of the latest reports say that now there's a human oversight for this, just trying to eliminate possible false positives. I like road safety.
Here in a lot of countries, there is a growing tendency to increase the number of possible infringements that automatically can be detected. This is the most, let's say, the most simple operation is just to read the number plate in the car and then cross this data with the database regarding the vehicles or cars that have authorized access to the zone. This is more advanced, I think, system that can make a contextual judgment of the image, trying to identify if the seatbelt is in place. This is from the Australian police system, and as you can see, there are a lot of seatbelt infringements detected. So we have also a problem with the number of infringements, and then I think concerns about effective human oversight, because if you have to check in one day more than 50,000 pictures, maybe it's too much. But as you can see in this interview made to the ministry, said that only 4% of the offenses were challenged. So they are proud of the system because it could have a low rate of false positives. Okay, also this is from India. Here the problem is they are saying that according to the color of your shirt and the seatbelt, it can lead the system to some errors with the identification of the infringement. Okay, then my question I have, I think that this kind of systems that have a high automation degree, because they detect the infringement and also draft the fine proposal, have a high impact on people. There are a lot of fine proposals for a lot of people, and it could be low amount fines, but in the end you can accumulate, and in 1 week you can have 10 of these or more. So in the end, could be a really high impact also for the economic aspect, and also you lose your license if you make a lot of this kind of infringement. And I was interested in identify if we can consider these systems, if they pass the test of the AI definition, it could be considered high-risk systems. And I went to these guidelines from the European Commission, and sorry, it's really small letter here, but they said regarding critical infrastructures, the road safety control is not under the consideration of high risk when the end of the system is not controlling the problems of the road safety, but rather the detection of infringements. As you can see here, the examples are just trying to avoid damages in case this critical infrastructure, considering this important road for the country or for the facilities in that road. So only this kind of security control mechanisms are considered of high risk, not the other ones. Also, when I look at the law enforcement systems, if you can see the two in the end, the automated number plate readers are not considered high risk because it's not biometrical data. It's just the plate recognition, and it's important that this is not a system trying to monitor your movement around the world, just trying to identify some specific infringements. And also, in the last one, AI systems used for checking road safety rules breaches are not considered as high risk. Okay. Let me check my. Here I have a different approach. The first approach was the level of automation in that sanctioning power scheme. Now my approach trying to classify these systems in automation is based on the detection approach that they are using. I have these two kind of approaches: the risk-based systems and the non-risk-based systems. Sorry, I'm not that original with the second one, but risk-based systems is that the system is used to identify these suspicious patterns, but it's not an actual infringement. It's just, okay, this person seems suspicious to me because he's moving in a strange way, but this is not an infringement, moving that way. But probably, according to the indicators, that kind of movement is linked to certain potential infringements. These risk-based systems can also have the predictive nature, saying, okay, this person can do this infringement in the future. And some other risk-based systems are not focused in the future activities, but in the current moment, the current situation. For example, the predictive nature is used and well known in Catalonia, because we have a system in prisons regarding the probability of reoffending, risk can be, and it assesses the probability of someone at the moment in prison has a high risk or a low risk of reoffending after being released. And then we have the non-risk-based systems, and this is, for example, the road safety system, as I said before, that detect or identify actual infringements. And some systems combine both approaches, consider some indicators that are risk indicators and some other indicators that identify actual infringements. I have here the example of Arachne. This is the European Commission tool for assessing risk in the management of European Union structural funds. And sometimes it worked with a potential risk that something bad happens in the future, and another indicators are just current problems, for example, a conflict of interest at the moment. Okay, this is an example of a risk that is not an actual infringement or problem. This is a very, very old screenshot from Arachne saying that in a file there's a high risk of fraud because the bidder is or was convicted in the past in another country regarding a corruption case. So the logic is that prior or previous record, in a sense, can drive your future attitude or behavior. But in fact, at the moment, in that case, there is no bribe. It's a bribe made in the past in another country. Okay, risk-based systems are usually used to prioritize what cases should have further investigative efforts. Usually, this second step is made by human inspectors. Sometimes also another digital tool can help with this. These systems are usually said that the main or some of the main problematic areas is that the indicators can have bias and discrimination, and in consequence may lead to perhaps an excessive inspection or control pressure to some groups or people according to some criteria that is also very opaque, and it's hard to find or to know. And on the other hand, if these indicators are not well established, have blind spots, are absolutely ignoring some activities because there is no programmed indicator trying to flagging that kind of activity. And here I have a final reflection on this kind of system is that it's important to find if these systems are having some important effect, are being effective, because of course I think that if this is a tool for having a better administration in these controlling activities, it's important to make this digital step. But also you have to be able to make it quite transparent in order to also foster the let's say the accountability of the system. You have to public have to being able to check if the system is having good results or it's just wasting money on a digital very expensive tool. And also here there's a problem that is set regarding Arachne, that when everything is high risk, nothing is high risk. If all the results say that these companies are really or really have a high risk of having problems in the future, then you cannot prioritize anything because everything has that high risk levels. Okay, in just I think I have 10 minutes more or less, 10. I'm going to say, or 1 minute. I'm going to say something about these non-risk-based systems because I think that the problems are different. Here the problem is that we don't have any human being participating in the infringement detection. Then it's important that the system works well identifying the infringements. On the other hand, with this system, the control, the oversight is permanent, structural, continuous. Then there's also said that there's a controlling pressure on citizenship that is not positive. But of course, the possibility to identify as much infringement as possible seems also a good thing. But here, as I said before, the human oversight is very difficult to establish. Infringements can be detected in an unnoticed manner. Here you have some examples from the Australian case that people is fined several times even before noticing of the first infringement and penalty, because the notification arrives later than the subsequent infraction. Also, this happened in my hometown. I'm very happy of this. This is one of the main roads. You have 2 lanes in each direction, a really clear view arriving to the sea. So it's really beautiful, and you are not aware that the speed limit is 40 kilometers. And then the problem was that the notification of the infraction was delayed about 15 days. And some people, a lot of my neighbors, not me, but lost the driving license and also accumulated more than 20 infractions in that period, which resulted in a very, very high amount of money and also, as I said, losing the permit. Also, with these systems, in order to apply the sanction, you don't have the range of minimum penalty and maximum penalty. You have a fixed amount of money. So this is eroding, in my opinion, proportionality. There is no discretion or possible to adapt the sanctioning consequence to the specific case. This was also said. This is the typical sanctioning consequence in this kind of system, a fixed amount. And the Spanish Constitutional Court said that when there's a fixed amount of a fine, the principle of proportionality is lacking, and then there's a problem from a constitutional point of view. And finally, this kind of system ends with the compliance advice. Compliance advice for me, I'm not sure about these terms, but compliance advice is when the police officer approaches gently and say, this is not allowed. This could be an infringement. Please, could you behave in the future better, please? And then give you advice in order to comply better with the rules. This is not possible now. There is no pedagogic approach in control with this kind of system, and I think that this is also something that was important. Maybe some day in the past it was, and now we are destroying also this with this kind of system. Thank you very much, and so.
Thanks, Oscar. Sometimes it seems like we're living in Minority Report film. So, and now the next speaker is Eva Maria Moore, head of.
Can I go there?
Yeah, sure. Head of Inspection Services from Barcelona City Council, and she'll talk about automated inspections in Barcelona.
Yes. Okay. Good morning. Sorry. Oh.
Perfect.
Thank you very much. Okay, I would like to start by thanking the organization for inviting me to participate in this conference. It is an honor and a pleasure for me to have this opportunity to share my experiences with all you today. My background is not tech. I come from law and administration, and I am much more used to talking about procedures, regulations, and sanctions than algorithms or automations. Having said this, a daily part of the work my DSI time and I do is to identify opportunities to automate administrative inspections and disciplinary procedures. For this reason, my goal today is not to talk about artificial intelligence in abstract terms, but from the place where it is applied and where it often fails, the administrative procedure itself. I will do this using a concrete example of our inspection plan against illegal tourist accommodation in Barcelona. Living
Everybody's interested.
Everybody's interested.
I imagine.
You catch the attention with the.
Okay, leaving technology aside for a moment, I'm faced with more than 60,000 illegal tourist dwellings identified in Barcelona in 2016. We asked ourselves three very simple questions. Firstly, how do we detect illegal activity? Secondly, how should the administrative process be carried out? And thirdly, finally, how do we enforce the result of that procedure? The answer to these three questions, together with the personnel, physical, and technological resources available, allowed us to design a realistic and effective inspection plan. I want to emphasize these three-part structures from the very beginning: detection, processing, and enforcement, because whenever we talk about technological progress in administrative inspections, we almost automatically focus on detection alone, and we forget the other two phases. Now, why does this happen? Mainly because detection is attractive. It is easy to imagine a future city where drones act as inspectors, where systems constantly cross databases,
or where advanced techniques identify offenders and generate evidence so strong that no court could ever question it. Detection looks powerful, it communicates control, it allows public authorities to say the city council sees everything. And once that message is delivered, the political story feels complete and the civil servants starts work in procedure. In our inspection plan against illegal tourist accommodation, detection truly was essential. In large residential buildings and with the very limited information provided by rental platforms, it was simply impossible to know where the illegal activity was taking place. In 2017, through presentations by private technology companies, we discovered and adopted web scraping systems. This is not artificial intelligence, although it is often present as such in the media. It is automated data collection, and for many years it required a great deal of human involvement. Over time, we introduced more automation and gradually reduced that involvement. But we always move carefully because every step carried a legal risk, the risk that a court might not accept the evidence. Today, and specifically since this year, the reports generated almost automatically through scraping are fully integrated into our IT system, Autoritas. This system activates the second phase of the process, administrative processing. This part is the least attractive, and for that reason, it is rarely discussed and receives little attention or often overlooked. Improving administrative procedures so that everything we detect can be processed efficiently with legal certainty and with the staff available is not particularly glamorous. Yet administrative procedures are by nature quite easy to digitalize. Once an inspector detects and reports that an accommodation advertised online is illegal, a disciplinary procedure is initiated. This procedure usually ends with a fine of at least 60,000 euros for a very serious breach of the Catalan Tourism Act. From there, everything moves forward electronically. Predefined templates and digital workflows guide the file from the inspector to the lawyer, from the lawyer to the respective authority, then to the legal secretary, and finally to the notification of the alleged offender. The system is also connected to the tax authority who issues the fine and, if is necessary, starts enforcement. Digitalization also means reducing human intervention as much as possible by standardizing decisions, sanctions, and amounts. All this creates valuable data. Data that allows us to understand what we are doing and how effective it is. Why does this matter? So that we can improve our actions, increase productivity, decide when a policy has achieved its goal, inform citizens and policy makers, and perhaps introduce artificial intelligence that learns from mistakes, proposes improvements, automates steps, or helps answer transparency requests. But without this commitment to electronic procedures, we would not have been able to manage more than 16,000 sanctioning procedures and 18,000 cease and desist orders since 2016, with a team of just 6 administrative lawyers. And I would not be able to show you today these figures with data that are directly generated from the system. Today, almost every politician and public official announce investment in artificial intelligence. Very few ask a more difficult question. Is my organization actually ready for it? Before talking about AI, public administrations need profound changes in the way they operate and in the way people think about procedures and decision making. Artificial intelligence cannot fix badly designed procedures, obsolete structures, or incoherent legal frameworks. When it is introduced without that foundation, it does not transform the organization. It simply gives it a modern appearance. Let me share some very clear examples of this inconsistency. In Barcelona, we have developed a system using advanced techniques capable of identifying the author of graffiti on public property by analyzing strokes. And yet, the resulting fines still have to be recorded manually because around 80% of administrative files are still handled as PDF documents sent by email. Another example concerns the right of access to public records. Any citizen can request copies of administrative files for free. It's a right. And this has generated a very large number of requests because it's free, it's easy, and everybody, students, journalists, politicians, wants to know everything about data in administration. Managing them is complex. The municipal archive must locate the paper file, send it to the responsible department, and administrative staff must scan it and redact personal letters. There is still no comprehensive digitalization project that allows citizens to consult these files directly from home. And a last example, a sanction imposed on a tourist rental platform using our advertisement capture systems was annulled by a court, not because the evidence was weak, but because the notification was not delivered by a courier who personally certified its content, even though these platforms operate exclusively online. And even today, some court decisions still question very strong digital evidence if there has not been a physical inspection on site, despite the fact that a human inspector only observes a situation for a few minutes, while online data provides continuous traceability over time. As you can see, the issue is not technological, it is procedural, legal, and even psychological. All this happens in a fully digital world, while administrative enforcement remains slow, rigid, and based on outdated regulations. In disciplinary matters, this is especially serious. Offenders operate in digital environments, they create false identities, they hide income and act across borders. They become, if you allow me the metaphor, digital versions of Lazarillo de Torres. And facing them, public administration still rely on tools designed centuries ago. For this reason, I do not believe the main change is to train judges in artificial intelligence. The real challenge is to train judges and all of us in electronic administrative procedures and automations. The success of Barcelona's inspection plan against illegal tourist accommodation is not only due to advanced detection systems. It lies in having worked carefully on all the three phases of the process itself, with a clear vision of full digitalization and automation from start to finish. Detection, administrative processing, and enforcement, fully integrated with tax, judicial, and police system. Completing this process, which is still ongoing, will finally allow artificial intelligence to be introduced in a solid and meaningful way, not just as an isolated or experimental tool. To wrap up, I'd like to stress how important it is to really take into account the key factors needed to build regulation that fits for the 21st century. That's why tools and spaces like sandboxes are so valuable, not just because they let us test and explore different regulatory scenarios, but also because they help us understand what's new and prepare us for the big changes coming our way. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks a lot for the presentation. And finally, Professors Luca Megale and Francesco Calisi from Università di Roma LUMSA. They'll talk about the risk-based inspections and explain some real cases from Italy. You come here.
So, shall we?
Yeah, sure.
So, first of all, before starting, I want to thank the organization for inviting us to this very insightful event. I've learned so many things so far. I want to thank Professor Julie Pons, Professor Serillo, the team, Petia, Oscar, Laura, and all the people that made this event possible. I'm keeping track of time because we are aware that we are the last obstacle between you and lunch. So we will do our best to be as effective as possible. So today, Luca Megale and myself, we are going to be discussing about risk-based inspection, and we are also going to provide some cases from Italy, some practices that were tested or implemented in Italy in this field. So the presentation is divided in two parts. In the first one, I'll be sharing some ideas on two competing approaches to regulatory inspections. The first one that we can define the classic one or the quantitative one, which raises questions like the one here. How many inspections does it take to make a business comply? So this approach assumes that the best way to achieve regulatory goals is to do more inspections. And then there is the approach that we propose, so that is more focused on how to plan and deliver inspections. In the second part of the presentation, we are going to show and to present some cases, as I said, pilot projects and experiments that where they come from. Those experiments were conducted during a project called Reforming Regulatory Inspections in Italy at the regional and national level. This project was triggered by the Italian government, who requested to the European Commission technical support from the OECD to support regional and national authorities to develop tools and to enhance the inspection regulatory framework in different domains, as you can see, from food safety, environmental protection, and so on. So let's kick off with the first part. So this is a very trivial question. What inspections are? We have heard about different kind of inspections today. We are talking about inspections on business operators, but what are they? We accept this definition of activities aiming at verifying and promoting compliance with the rules, meaning that it is not a matter of checking obligations if the obligations are met, but also to encourage and support a business operator to meet them. And the goal of the inspection should be to protect public interests such as public health, environmental protection, and so on, without hampering competition and economic growth. So here we have the traditional model that I was mentioning before, which always, very often, assumes that the best way to conduct inspections is doing more. So in inspecting everyone and everything at the same time is the best thing to do. And the best way to achieve regulatory goals. But the reality tells us a different story, because in real life, resources are limited in absence of methodology to prioritize inspections and also to target inspections. Choices risk to be random or even worse, arbitrary. Also, there is another element to take into consideration. So rules are broken for very different reasons. We don't only have criminals that deliberately want to breach the law, or people that don't care about the environment or the public health. There are also business operators that generally don't know how to comply with the regulation. So the goal should be to avoid an adversarial culture that undermines compliance rather than building it. So how a good inspection system should look like. The OECD provided 12 principles to support governments in assessing their maturity. However, we want just to focus on 4 of them. So the first one is selectivity. We cannot check everything, so it is key to choose what to look at, but with a strategic vision driven by a risk focus. So it is key to target those activities where the harm is the most likely and where the harm produced by the violation would produce the greatest harms. We have heard this several times today. It is key to match the proportionality principle. In this case, well, it means matching the intensity of inspections to the level of risk that it should be tackled, and also compliance promotion. Why is so important? It is important to shift the approach from chasing violation approach to a managing risk one. So not only punish business operators, but also guiding them to what is the ultimate regulatory goal. So protecting the environment, the human health. So, but what is risk? We heard several things. So there is a hopefully I'm not overlapping with previous speakers, but risk is a value which take into consideration 2 variables: the likelihood of a violation to occur and the magnitude of harm that it would cause. So assessing the risk profile of each activities by the size, type of activity, and then compliance history, inspectors can set the frequency and the depth of inspection checks. Of course, the higher the risk, the more frequent the inspection. Raise awareness. So, as I say, it is important to make businesses aware of the major risks of their activities. And this can be done with several tools, communication campaigns, outreaching campaigns or communication strategies, even creating incentives to drive behaviors that are considered valuable to protect a given public interest. This is very common in the environmental protection sector, for instance, and of course to target threats. Why it works? Because this kind of approach, at least for how we intend this approach, should be aimed to build trust between public authorities and business operators, being objective, maybe not always perfect, but at least objective, because it is aimed to increase the efficacy and the effectiveness of at the operational level of the way inspectors operate, and also to focus on the outcomes rather than in punishments, let's say, although they are important. I'm not saying that they are not important, but it should be driven by a compliance culture, compliance promotion culture. The second part, as I said, is dedicated to share some cases in which good practices were tested or implemented in Italy. So first of all, I want to give you just a big picture of risk-based inspections in Italy. Those are not unknown. Laws exist. Good practices are in place, traditional, innovative. However, the risk culture and its consistent application remains undeveloped. Why so? There is a certain degree of reluctancy to share data between administration. There is no systematic and digitally embedded risk analysis in workflow. This is not good at all, because risk by definition is dynamic. What is risky today may not be tomorrow, and vice versa. So without a data feedback loop, every risk-based picture can become easily outdated. However, we should also note that the most advanced practices are where the data is available, as we can imagine. This is very Italian. The most effective practices emerged autonomously at the regional level. So the national reform exists on paper, but they are not always implemented in practice. The environmental protection system is a perfect example of what I've said in the previous slide. So I go quicker on this. So there are very good advanced practices for inspections related to bigger facilities, less good practices for inspections concerning smaller facilities. But however, there are several regions that are working to re-engineer their processes, applying the frameworks for the bigger facilities to the smallest one. So this is a very interesting case. Pilot project with ARPA Lombardia, which is the regional environmental protection authorities, to identify implausible measurements. As we know, business operators should communicate and self-report the emissions they produce yearly to environmental protection authority. In Italy, in air, water, soil. In Lombardy, they do it with this platform, AIDA. And the region worked to valorize the amount of data available to prioritize certain inspections. So what the data allowed to identify? An expected pattern. So analyzing the data, it was noticed that certain chemicals move together, like if you want to bake a proper Spanish bizcocho, eggs and flour should go together, right? In the right proportions, depending on the size of the cake. So the same was noticed analyzing data. Chromium and nickel, for instance, they very often go together. But when they don't, there is a signal and it may flag a situation to be further verified. This is not necessarily a fraud, but may flag a suspect situation. Then we have suspicious mistakes. What does it mean? Reporting errors could happen, not very likely as they are supposed to be certified by certified labs, but in any case, they could happen. But mistakes by definition should be random and evenly spread. When errors in reporting emissions cluster in a way that the emission reported is just below a threshold, it can be another signal of a situation that's worth further investigation. Okay, I will leave the floor for to Luca to continue on the following cases.
So, thank you very much, Francesco, and thanks also from my side to the organizers. I will be fast as much as possible and focus more on some cases than others, but this is a very interesting one. And also a disclaimer previously is that not all these cases actually contain actual AI use. Sometimes it's more data analysis or linear algorithms. So just see it more as digital tools, not AI tools. Anyways, this started in Lombardy, then was also implemented or tried to be implemented in Campania, and not all of these cases that I will present to you actually made it to be used by the public authorities. The majority, I would say, are pilots. So experimentation that then we'll discuss why and how sometimes didn't actually become used, but let's now see the cases. So this is from Lombardy, and it's very interesting because it's based on past inspection data. So basically here, what the Lombardy region did was to collect data that was obviously already digitalized from 3 years, so 2019, 2021, and analyze the correlation between such data. Why is that? Because obviously, as Francesco introduced, they noticed that it was not possible to actually inspect everything, inspect everyone. And so they wanted to actually structure a risk-based system based on this correlation. Why is that? They wanted to understand what might be linked to a non-compliance. So for instance, if they found non-compliance with animal welfare rules, they wanted to understand there was some correlation between other elements, such as labeling or raw material. And actually, this worked because they understood from analyzing the data that there was actually some pattern. So for instance, they understood that correlation with animal welfare has a high degree link with raw and finished product rules. So on the majority of situations when there was non-compliance to animal welfare rule, there was actually non-compliance also with rules concerning raw and finished products, while there was almost never non-compliance linked to labeling. And why is this relevant? It's relevant because this helps inspectors to understand what they should look at after one non-compliance. Also during the same inspection. So they knew from this data analysis that if they went for an in-person inspection and found non-compliance on animal welfare rule, the next element that they would have to inspect was raw and finished products, and do not lose time on other elements. So obviously this is a way to actually implement a risk-based inspection. And obviously these data then were fed in a linear regression algorithm that was used to rank businesses by the likelihood of non-compliance. As for other cases that we will see, obviously this requires constant analysis, right? It's not that they can just focus on this period of time of data and keep it for 20 years. This would need some more or less on certain distance of time and new analysis to understand maybe if correlation changed for several factors that can be also external from the inspectors. This is another interesting case, always in Lombardy, but we will see that there are also cases more in the south. This is on construction. Basically here, when this project started, there was already an algorithm working in the region called Carica. This was basically an algorithm that scored construction sites for the risk of fatal or disabling incidents. So to understand how to actually structure inspections. But what the experts noticed is that this algorithm was trained on three main elements, being company history, expert assessments, and hospital record of work injuries. And just, they were good elements, obviously. Just the third one, hospital record of work injuries, requires some data sharing between different authorities. So obviously, it was already a success and not that easy, at least in Italy. But the risk weights, so within the checklist, how the risk was weighted on the several elements was never validated against real data. So it was based just on the ideas of the inspectors. Obviously experts, so it was very good feedback, but it was based also, might have been based also on some biases of how they see actually inspection, of how they know that some businesses operate. So it was important to actually validate it with actual data on previous inspection. And that's what they did. The experts, they applied the machine learning algorithms to validate the risk weights, and they actually understood that there was some difference because some parameters that were used as high risk weights were actually not that relevant at the end. So this was a very strong exercise to change the risk weights used in the checklist for the inspections. Then I will be shorter on this. This is just three examples on how machine learning models were also used and are still used on some permits and the analysis of innovation grants. So for instance, in Tuscany, this pilot focused on using machine learning to understand if EU innovation funds were misused. This was a very important topic in the Tuscan region, but in all Italy, because they knew that obviously there was a misuse of EU innovation funds from some judicial cases, but we're not sure on how actually to inspect and understand where they're coming from. And the results were also very relevant because they understood from the data analysis that actually the micro firms were the one being more non-compliant and more with some elements of fraud or misuse, more than the larger enterprises. And they were not looking at them. Obviously, this was important to understand where to look at. In Trento, very similar, so not lose time on this. It was focused on agricultural subsidies, and very similar in Trento for construction permits. But let's see another case. This was also similar to focused on food safety domain and on Friuli Venezia Giulia and Campania regions. Here, data analysis was used to restructure checklist. So we also have checklist here used to guide inspectors during the inspection visits. And basically data analysis from previous inspection was used to reassess the risk weights of every item, and also to avoid potential duplication on what was inspected within the same operators. That's a very interesting one. Here, it's more a web scraper than an artificial, yes, indeed, a web scraper that was presented, yes. And it's similar. Here, it was in the Trentino Alto Adige region. Basically, here, the region thought, just based on experience, that maybe some firms that needed an environmental license didn't have it, but they didn't know how to prove it and how to find these businesses. Also, because obviously within the mountains, it was not easy to just go and visit all the businesses that have headquarters in the region. So the idea was basically all businesses nowadays, more or less, have to have a presence online, marketing purposes or just shops online. And as a result, by law in Italy, they have to have a VAT number published within the website. So what the experts did was to scrape within the web with using keywords, for instance, car repair shop in Trentino, and then extract all the VAT numbers and compare the list that resulted with the list of actual businesses that Trentino region already had, and they had an environmental license. And basically, they were able to find more or less 30 businesses that were not within the registries. Very interesting case here, linked to what Francesco said, is that here no one of these businesses was actually sanctioned, because there were also small businesses, and probably some of them also didn't know very well the norms. Obviously, we know that it's not an excuse to not know the norms, but still, it was a way for the authority to actually train businesses to compliance. So, and being the first time they used this tool, it was a way to comply and to enforce compliance, but also trust between authorities and businesses. Obviously, the caveat is that this works if you have such data published online. So no, it's not the case everywhere. So that's the negative aspect. That's another interesting one, but that just remained a pilot. It was never used actually in the Lazio region. What's the rationale behind that? So basically, the officials knew that no one, or more or less the majority of new generation, do not report through official channels to the authorities when something bad happens, and specifically with food hygiene. So they wanted to understand where can we find what actually people think about food hygiene problems within the city. And this was based on a literature from the US. There are other similar cases in San Francisco and New York. And TripAdvisor was used as a platform because it was the mostly used platform in the region. And 2,000 reviews were extracted, always through web scraping. And then this was a very difficult exercise from the expert. It was to use 500. There is a typo there. Samples of these reviews, and actually to categorize them. So the system that was trained resulted that this review, it's a case of food hygiene potential. It's no or has no relevance, or it's a case of something else. So this human training or through the reviews was then put within the model to train the model, and the result was that this system was able, more or less, 81% of accuracy to identify the reviews published on TripAdvisor and actually categorize them in cases of potential non-compliance to food hygiene or other aspects. Interesting here is that then the experts didn't have enough time and money to train more with human training the algorithm, and so decided to use OpenAI's GPT, asking to do the same thing, basically uploading all the reviews and asking to do the same human review. And the result was nice or bad, as you can, based on your perspective, meaning that the system was accurate as much as humans in doing this analysis. Actually, it identified cases in which the humans previously were wrong in identifying the categories. Obviously, this pilot and even more this analysis done through GPT didn't result in being used in the region, because then we would open obviously a lot of discussion over data use and compliance to the Artificial Intelligence Act. but it was a nice example from a pilot perspective to understand how to structure this system. But obviously you need then focus on privacy and, as I was saying, on the AI Act. I will just focus on these last two, then go to lunch. It's a very interesting case that has not that much to do with AI, but basically here, food law, this is based on EU food law. Food businesses have to pay an annual fee based on their risk level. So this means that the risk that is identified for potential non-compliance to a businesses result on a higher or lower amount of fee that you have to pay. So it's a very important topic, obviously. And inspectors and businesses were asking inspectors, on which basis, from an evidence-based perspective, are you saying that I'm of high risk or low risk? And inspectors were not actually so able to give a reply to this, also because they understood from analyzing a bit of data that based on the inspectors, they were having different results also on the same businesses. And this is based also on a very important work by Kahneman, Sibony, and Sunstein called noise. So probably majority of you knows. Noise is differently from bias, unwanted variability between inspectors within the judgment. So it's a type of error. So there was this experiment in using 6 inspectors coming from different backgrounds, also here trying to have less noise, from 3 from the veterinary department, other 3 from the food hygiene department. And they were called to visit the same inspector, the same businesses, and fill in the checklist without talking to each other. Then at the end, when the inspection was concluded, they had to sit in the same room and read all the checklist and understand and express why they had this type of judgment and actually create an average of the judgment between all the inspectors. So this was obviously then helped with data analysis, trying to more or less create an average of the data of the analysis done between the different inspectors. And now there is the idea to plan a noise correction algorithm, but this is very much under construction, to actually have an algorithm that helps constantly to make an average of the judgments between inspectors and trying to cancel the algorithm, and also to video record the inspections through VR glasses so that the number of inspections is higher, and obviously the sample of different cases of analysis is also higher. And just to conclude, so what's the way forward here is that obviously our message is to leave space as much as possible to pilot, because those are a situation which you can talk with businesses as authority and also understand how things work before actually you enforce the rules. And also from the point of view of authority is actually a way to understand what norms are relevant or not. In all this situation, the common element was that data was at the center. A lot of pilots in other regions didn't start because data was considered to not be of enough quality. So this was an element that was always considered. And also that all the models that you train, it's not just once a time. It has to be a continuous training and analysis because data change. And so you have to use also new data and continue to train the algorithm also because inspectors change. And most importantly, you have to train the people that use these systems. So obviously we are talking about AI literacy, also to understand what is the rationale behind the use of this system, how those have to be used, and actually how to implement human oversight, because human oversight is not just see what the output that was produced and validated or not, but there are obviously most important technique of human oversight, because otherwise it's easy to fall within automation bias and other issues within human oversight. So these are more or less the key messages. So data quality first. AI, it's a very important tool within, but also digital more in general, between risk-based inspection, because it helps you to actually perform risk-based inspection, which is not been the case for a lot of years. But it has to be done with people at the center, also, as I was saying, by training them. And as in the example of the Trento region, the Trentino Alto Adige region, these tools have also to be used for changing the risk culture. So coming from sanction to more compliance-based work together. And obviously, pilots are the easiest part, but it's the start from the implementation. And a lot at the beginning, I told you that some of these pilots just remain as that. And one of the reasons is that obviously, when you implement this system, you need skills, funding, and a lot of investment in the workflows. So obviously, this is one of the topic, but still, it's a way to show how things can be done. And actually, obviously, it's a way to invest at the moment, but then have some good results in the medium long term period. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the speakers of our last table in the morning. And I have to announce that a miracle happened. We had a lot of technical problems, but we have finished with a delay of only 8 minutes. So if you allow me, I would propose to follow the same strategy that we followed before the coffee break. That is, now people in situ, we will have lunch here together so we can speak and have a conversation. And then in the after lunchtime, we can open a brief moment for people online. Just a couple of things. First, I would like to thank especially Eva Moore for coming today, because Eva Moore is a public manager, a lawyer and a public manager. And we really appreciate the effort of coming to a different environment with academics and other people from all around Europe and the Americas. So thank you very much, Eva. Barcelona is an example of a success in inspection and enforcement in relation to short-term rental and housing apartments. So thank you very much for your time and your effort. And I hope that you can stay with us during lunch and we can talk more about Barcelona and experience in Barcelona. And the second thing is that we will be here again at 3:30. At 3:30, we will start our last table about artificial intelligence and good administration. Okay, so thank you very much and see you later. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, good afternoon. We are opening the last session this afternoon, the last table. In principle, we had 3 speakers, but I would like to say that due to a personal last-minute problem, Professor Michael Gotze won't be able of joining us. So we will have just 2 speakers. And I would like to send my best regards to Professor Gotze. And I'm going to give the floor to the moderator of the session, of the last session, which is Dr. Millari, Wellington. Professor Millari.
Hey, thank you very much, Professor Julie Ponce. Today we start with the last panel. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here and moderate this table. We are very fortunate today to have Dr. Roberto Castro with us as a distinguished figure in the field of public law and good governance. Dr. Castro holds a PhD in public law and good governance from Utrecht University, and he's also professor at the Pontifical Catholic University of Peru. Thank you very much, Professor Roberto. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. And now, dear colleagues, after lunch, you can take a nap. First of all, I would like to thank our extraordinary hosts, Professor Julie Ponce and Professor Agustín Cerrillo, for the opportunity to be here in Barcelona participating in this conference and sharing with you some ideas about the Ombudsman and artificial intelligence. To date, I want to explore a question that is becoming increasingly urgent. What happens to the Ombudsman as a guardian of fundamental rights and good administration when the public administration starts making decisions through algorithms? That is a question that drives this presentation. Let me briefly first outline what I will cover in the next 20 minutes. I will try to be shorter this presentation. I will start with why AI matters to the Ombudsman institutions. I will then look at the conceptual framework, which is that the hybrid model of the contemporary Ombudsman and the principles of good governance lead for the supervision of artificial intelligence applied by public administration. From there, I move into the impact of AI on these institutions, institution of the Ombudsman, both in procedural and substantive terms. So what I sustain is that we can analyze the impact of AI from these 2 perspectives, a procedural one and substantive one. I will share empirical evidence from Peru in relation to the Ombudsman and intelligence, artificial intelligence, and I will close with a concrete reform proposal and some conclusions. Why talk about AI Ombudsman institutions? The answer starts with a simple observation. Public administration is being transformed by AI. Citizens now expect fast, efficient, always available services. And states, public administrations in particular, are responding by automating more and more decisions. But obviously, these transformations carries new risks for fundamental rights, for fairness, and for the quality of democratic governance. The critical point is this. The question is no longer whether the state will use AI. That is already happening. The question is how to ensure that its use respects fundamental rights and good administration. And that is precisely where ombudsman institutions come in. To understand the stakes, let me describe the landscape we are facing. First, algorithmic decision-making in public administration is often opaque. AI systems are allocating benefits, managing taxes, scoring credits, and overseeing public security without meaningful transparency. Second, surveillance is expanding. Facial recognition, predictive policing, and database cross-referencing are spreading without clear regulatory frameworks. Third, digital exclusion is real. Vulnerable populations, indigenous communities, elderly people, rural citizens are either excluded from digitalized service or harmed by algorithm biases built into those systems. And fourth, accountability is diffuse. These landscapes brings us to the conceptual, or to my conceptual framework. In my 2019 work on the ombudsman, I argue that the contemporary ombudsman is no longer the classical institution focused only on administrative legitimacy or legality. It has evolved into what I call an hybrid institution, combining the protection of good administration and human rights through three functions. The protective function, which is the classical one, defends fundamental rights against arbitrary, discriminatory, or unlawful acts. The preventing function is more proactive. It assesses public policies, issues early warnings about right risks, and conducts on initiative investigations without waiting for a formal complaint in order to contribute to improve the quality of governmental action. And third, we can talk about a normative function, which operates indirectly. Through recommendations, reports, and at what I call the ombudsprudence, the ombudsman develops good governance, binding and not binding standards that can fill regulatory gaps, including those created by new technologies. This hybrid model gives the ombudsman the mandate and legitimacy to engage with AI in public administration, not as a passive observer, but as a leading institution. One of the core arguments of this presentation is that we already have a normative framework for evaluating AI in public administration, and that is very important. And it is the framework of good governance principles as legal principles. Again, in my work of 2019 on the ombudsman, I identified 5 principles of good governance. Properness, which is, let me see, a broader conception of the principle of legality, which includes an ethical dimension, transparency, participation, accountability, and effectiveness. Now, if we look at the OECD principles from the same year, the convergence is striking. Properness maps onto legality and human rights, which means AI must respect the rule of law. Transparency maps onto algorithmic explicability. AI systems must be understandable. participation maps onto inclusive engagement, and which means that stakeholders must be involved in AI governance. Accountability maps onto responsibility in AI, which means that those who deploy AI must answer for its functioning. And effectiveness maps onto robustness and security, which means that AI must be safe and reliable throughout its life cycle. This convergence suggests that good governance principles offer a ready-made, legally grounded framework for ombudsman institutions to evaluate and oversee AI. So let us now look at how AI impacts the ombudsman's own work. Let's see first what I call the procedural dimension. Let's say the back office. Of course, we can observe that there are positive aspects. AI can transform citizen services. It can also improve complaint management. It can help detect rights violations early. And it can strengthen state supervision. In short, AI can make ombudsman institutions more effective guardians if it is deployed responsibly. But we cannot ignore the risks. Data protection is a serious concern regarding, for example, sensitive information in complaint handling. Algorithmic bias can replicate and amplify discrimination with black box systems that neither citizens nor officials can interrogate. And lack of transparency in automated decision-making process is also a huge problem. And perhaps most importantly for an institution like the Ombudsman is the loss of the human element, or the risk of the loss of human element. Empathy, active listening, ethical judgment in complex cases, these are not things algorithms can replace. But let's see now the substantive dimension of the impacts. Let's say the front office, the way in which the Ombudsman performs its functions in order to solve citizens' problems. Here, the principles of governance become an analytical tool. Take properness, for example. The risk is algorithmic decision made. The risk is algorithm decisions made without ethical basis or adequate human review. The contribution, if the Ombudsman oversees the algorithm, is a reduction in arbitrary discretion. Take transparency, for example. The risk is the black box, where neither citizens nor the officials understand the process. The contribution of the Ombudsman is the development of open algorithm standards and publication of models. Let's see participations. Citizens are often excluded from the design of systems that affect them. But inclusive interfaces and the deliberative process can change that. And the Ombudsman promote this participative process. Let's take accountability. Responsibility is currently dispersed between the state and private tech companies. Algorithm traceability promoted by the Ombudsman can create a new form of accountability. And effectiveness, of course, systemic biases discriminate against the most vulnerable. But evidence-based overseen AI can enhance predictive decision making if the Ombudsman contributes setting these standards. Well, what does mean concretely for the Ombudsman role when facing AI? In the context of the AI age, investigation means proactively investigating how public entities use AI, requesting access to algorithms, training data, and automatic decision affecting citizens. Development of standards means issuing recommendations and developing standards, building a body of digital ombudsprudence that fills the regulatory gap. The dealing with complaints means receiving complaints about automated decisions and specifically defending vulnerable groups. There are also educational and training functions, which means raising awareness of digital rights. Mediation, which is another important function of the institution of the Ombudsman, means facilitating dialogue between citizens, the state, and the private tech sector. And reporting, in this case, means producing special reports on the supervision of AI public policies. Now, let me ground this in data from Peru. Between 2024 and 2026, the Peruvian Ombudsman registered 14 cases specifically classified as AI cases, from which one was a complaint in 2024. And that what complaint, which I will now describe, is particularly instructive. What is the case about? The case is against a telecommunications company, Telefónica, Movistar. In October 2024, a citizen walked into the Ombudsman office in Arequipa, which is a city in Peru, in the south, and his problem had started 11 years earlier, in 2013. Telefónica had failed to relocate a fallen utility pole that had landed on his property. 11 years of waiting with no resolution. When he tried to file a formal claim with Telefónica, the only response he received was from an AI system. There was no way to reach a human being, no escalation path, just a chatbot that could not resolve the problem. The Ombudsman intervened. Within days, they contacted Telefónica directly. They coordinated also with OCIPTEL, which is a telecommunications regulator in Peru, follow up the case. And by February 2025, a few months after the complaint, the pole had been relocated, and the case was closed as resolved, of course. And what does this case tell us through the lens of good governance? First, that AI without human oversight does not constitute a correct or proper treatment of citizens. And critically, it reveals the need for a right to human alternative, a principle that the Ombudsman can now begin to develop through its normative function. And in fact, in this case, the Ombudsman called for the need to recognize a right to human alternative. All this new scenario faced by the Ombudsman institutions illustrates the core of my proposal. Human oversight as a structural guarantee for the Ombudsman role in the age of artificial intelligence. It means that in the performance of the Ombudsman's tasks, the AI does not replace human judgment, but assists Ombudsman officials. It is a shift from the traditional Ombudsman pre or industrial revolution towards an AI-assisted Ombudsman model. In this model, AI processes data and generates insights, improving speed and reach. And humans evaluate, question, and take the final decisions and are accountable for it. It is AI-assisted governance with human responsibility at its center. What does this look like in practice? What is the reform agenda? I propose some concrete reforms for the Ombudsman institution in general. First, a specialized digital rights unit should be created within the Ombudsman institution's offices. Let's say a deputy ombudsman for digital rights. The Ombudsman should focus on the development of digital ombudsprudence, establishing algorithmic transparency standards, and gradually creating binding and not binding, legally not binding standards. It's also important to launch citizens' education campaigns on digital rights. And why not to establish a dedicated helpline for cases of algorithmic discrimination. And the role of international institutions and international cooperation is also important in order to develop standards on AI, on human rights. Let me close with 4 core conclusions. The principles of good governance: properness, transparency, participation, accountability, and effectiveness provide a ready-made normative framework for evaluating AI in public administration. The Ombudsman has the constitutional mandate and institutional legitimacy to lead modern public administration's response to AI challenges. Its normative function, developing digital ombudsprudence, can fill the current regulatory gap and establish standards that bind public entities in their use of AI. And finally, AI can strengthen the effectiveness of the administration, but only if its implementation is actively overseen. The Ombudsman, using good governance principles as a guide, is the institution best positioned, from my perspective, to ensure that oversight. Human oversight is not an obstacle for innovation. it is a guarantee that innovation serves democracy. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoyed the lecture.
Thank you very much, Professor Alberto. Now we can move forward. I think we could have the questions at the end for both, maybe, yeah? Well, I don't know if you agree, but I think we can have all the presentations in a sequence and then pose the questions to the presenters. We will continue with the presentation of Dr. Anaí and Dr. Agustín Cerrillo. Just a brief presentation. Dr. Anaí Casadesus is a leading expert in the field of archival studies, information governance, and data management. She is the graduate coordinator of the School of Archival and Records Management at the Autonomous University of Barcelona, where she oversees the official master's degree in archival science and information governance. On the other hand, we have also the pleasure to have Dr. Agustín Cerrillo. Dr. Cerrillo is a full professor of administrative law at the Open University of Catalonia. He is one of the most renowned legal minds in digital administration in Spain, with an expertise in areas such as the use of artificial intelligence in the public sector, public transparency, governance, and integrity and corruption prevention. He has served as a principal investigator for several state-level projects and has an extensive list of publications with a significant impact. Dr. Casadesus and Dr. Cerrillo, please, when you want, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very well for your presentation. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's also a pleasure to be here presenting with my colleague Anaí. It's a draft of the paper we are preparing. We propose the next minutes to tackle artificial intelligence and good governance, good administration from another point of view. We want to think about which should be the competency profile of those people who are in charge of driving the digital transformation in public administration. So in the next minutes, we will talk about who are the chief information officers and which is the role in public administration. How can they participate in the transformation, in digital transformation of public administration? And particularly, we want to assess which is the potential profile of chief information officer. I will begin sharing with you some ideas about what is the CEO, giving some information about that, and then Anaí will provide you with a first assessment we have done about the potential profile of the chief information officer. Well, the chief information officer is that person who drives the digital transformation strategy and who oversees the implementation of technology in an organization. We could define with an image the chief information officer as an orchestra conductor, because the chief information officer needs to have a multidisciplinary view of the organization and has to be able to manage teams with different profiles. No? So we can give some ideas about the profile of the chief information officer as a strategist. So the chief information officer has to be able to define and drive the digital transformation strategy in our organization. But it also has to be a catalyst, so it has to be able to leader the team, to be able to negotiate among all the people who have to participate in the implementation of a transformation of a digital transformation strategy, and it also has to be able to build network, no, among all these people. It also has to be an innovator, so it has to be not only thinking on the present, but also to be able to think on the future. And finally, the chief information officer also has to be a facilitator. So it has to be able to manage contingencies, to manage problems, and to find solutions to these problems. Nowadays, all private, or mostly all the private, at least the biggest private organizations have a chief information officer, and also some public sector organizations has a chief information officer. The main difference between the chief information officer in a private organization and the chief information officer in a public information officer is that the chief information officer in a public organization has also to contribute to create a public value within the organization, thanks to the definition and implementation of the digital strategy. So probably this is the main difference between these two. I cannot take because I cannot explain with detail because of the time the differences between the chief information officers and other technological profiles in an organization, like the chief data officer, the data protection officer, or the chief analytics officer. But our analysis has focused on the chief information officer, as we think is that the technological profile in our organization that has a more important participation in the definition and implementation of a digital transformation, and particularly it has an important role in relation with the definition of the uses of artificial intelligence in that organization. As I said, some public organizations have already a chief information officer. We are in our paper, we are analyzing different Spanish public administrations that have created the position of chief information. But we have, at least as far as we have doing our research, we've seen that there are not many Spanish public administrations that have designed specifically a role of chief information officer, although in almost all public administrations, and particularly those resources, they have a position who is in charge of defining and implementing the digital transformation strategy. And finally, before analyzing, sharing with you some ideas about the competenциal profile, I would like to say that we have, in our research, we have read the Artificial Intelligence Act from the point of view of the Chief Information Officer. And we have seen, as you can see on the screen, that there are different tasks defined in the Artificial Intelligence Act where the Chief Information Officer can participate directly or indirectly. So, for example, when Article 14 states the obligation of human oversight of high-risk artificial intelligence systems, this task can be done or can be led by the Chief Information Officer. The same in relation with the obligations of providers of high-risk AI systems, or in the case that public administration is a deployer of a high-risk AI system, the Chief Information Officer can also have some tasks and some duties in relation with these obligations. Probably the Chief Information Officer can also have a participation in the procedure related with the fundamental rights impact assessment for high risk AI systems at the states, Article 27. And probably one of the most important functions in an organization, and particularly in a public administration, should be to guarantee AI literacy. As you know, this is one of the important obligations that states the Artificial Intelligence Act in order to guarantee a proper implementation and proper application of its content. So that's a brief overview of the Chief Information Officer and its role in public administration. And now I give the floor to Anaí, who will introduce you to the competencies for digital information public administration, and particularly competencies of the Chief Information. Okay.
Thank you. So I'm going to focus in the competencies. And first of all, we've been doing searches about what is being said, what is being published. And what we first noticed is that most of the things that are published about competencies in the CIO are studied in the private sector, which is a difficulty because we are focusing in the public administration. Another thing that we found is that the data also usually comes from large organizations. They don't have into account the small companies or medium companies. And also the case analysis that we have found and we have studied are from large organizations as well. But these same studies said, they in the articles they say that they are working with limited or small set of participants. So it's not a big study or no, that we have big data so we can analyze this and find some conclusions. And also there is no first country data. The case studies that we found are based in one context, for example, in Thailand or Canada or Brazil, no? Only, so it makes a little bit more difficult the application, no, or the what we can do here, or what we extract from these studies. Also, I think that surprises is that they are not publishing a lot in the recent years. We have articles from 2013, 2019, 2020, but context has changed in the last 3, 4, 5 years. So this is curious, and we need to explore a little bit more this, or maybe we have found it. We have not found these articles yet. So, saying that, we needed to select some models or some frameworks with competencies applied for the people who is driven or who is leading digital transformation in public administrations. As I said, there are no a lot of cases and a lot of data like cross country. So we thought, okay, we are here in Catalonia, no? Let's focus in our context and see what we can find. We found a professional framework for the managerial function. So it's for managers, not only technology, but in general managers, from the School of Public Administration in Catalonia, our context. Then we have Spanish government, a broader context, but also it's our reality now. And it's a basic competency framework as well. And for management personnel. So again, management, but not specifically talking about technology or CIO or whatever. And so we added to this study a recent publication from UNESCO, which is an international level. And this publication is focused in digital transformation and artificial intelligence. So we thought, okay, no, maybe we found the thing that we needed. And this is competencies for civil service. So it was useful for our analysis and the things that we were doing. So I'm going to explain like very briefly these three models. Because I'm the last one, I think. And then so I'm going to be brief. If you have some questions or something that you want me then to discuss, feel free to ask. So first of all, we focus in Catalonia. We have this professional framework for the managers of public administration, and it's structured in three different levels. We say they have defined some functions that these people need to develop in their day. From these functions, they define the competencies. In this case, they are cross-disciplinary competencies, no? So apply to every field. For example, we have 9 functions, and from these functions, we have 19 competencies, no? So each function has some different competencies. And then they add something that we think it's really interesting, which is the behavior. No? You have the competencies and then how you need to react or act sometimes in your activity. From this model, we are focusing in this presentation in the competencies, which is our paper is going to talk about. And as I say, there are cross-disciplinary competencies, and they divide this in 4 main areas, no, like personal competencies, relational, functional, and ethical. And here we have a lot of things, no, which I put here. There are not all the competencies here, but you have you can have a view of what they're saying. In the personal one, we have the update of and the update. Okay, so the update of your knowledge and being up to date. Also the strategic vision, decision making, analytical skills. Very what we expect from a manager in our organization. Then we have the relational competencies, which are leadership, people management, people development, negotiation. I don't know if you notice that what Agustí explained before is really matching this model. Then we have the functional. Here, as we are in a public administration, we are results oriented, but also citizen oriented, for example. And then the ethical one is as well talking about public service and also integrity. As I said, here I didn't put all the competencies. There are a lot more, but just that you have an idea. Take into account that this is not IT, not like is general. It's not a specific model for CIOs or for people who works with governance information, technology. Then we have the second model. We open a little bit our view. We are not in Catalonia. We are now in Spain, a big scope. And we have this publication of the Spanish government, which is a basic competency framework as well, but it's structured differently. They add 5 main areas, which are these ones that you can see here, and then some competencies from each area. In total, I think we have 23 competencies, and here we have some things that may be more related with digital transformation. For example, transformational leadership, we can think, or adaptability. But then when we go to to the detail, we see that they are talking more or less about the same. Strategic vision, public integrity, negotiate, communicate, motivate the team. And then if you see the ones related with the strategic project management, they have a thing which talks or introduces digital environments. No, so actually, I think the one from Catalonia is from 2018, and this one is from 2024, I think. So it has sense, but it lacks of some more things related with digital transformation, which is a reality in all the public administrations now. And then finally, we have this international publication, but we thought it could be interesting because it's focused in the things that we wanted to study, which are artificial intelligence and digital transformation, and for public administration, for civil servants. They structured the model in 3 main competence areas, and you can see now that we are talking about what the CIO is doing or other managers, but this is really focused on the digital transformation or the digital part of the administrations. The competencies areas are digital planning and design, data use and governance, and digital management and execution. And then there's a thing which we thought is really interesting. They add 5 attitudes that you need to develop or have, in order to lead successfully this transformation in your company, which we are going there in a little bit. So, about the competencies, if we look into the detail, we can see that here we are talking about what Agustín said before, that CIO needs to, these competencies are directly related with the functions and the objectives that Agustín explained before. We have other general things as well, like people centricity, systems thinking, or problem solutions. But we have like really specific things related with digital transformation, information governance, technology, which are data-driven decision making, open data, AI fundamentals, iteration, digital leadership. So we have here a model which could be really useful for our reality if we can put all the things together. And as I mentioned before, they add these attitudes that enable civil servants to pursue digital transformation effectively. And I think it's quite interesting because they are talking about creativity, for example, curiosity, experimentation, which are the things that we do normally. We prove things or we test some things and then we experiment. This is not going, this is not working, and we create different solutions, and then we find our path to the digital transformation, which is not linear, and easy sometimes. And finally, to end our presentation, we have here some points to discussion. First of all, that digital transformation profiles, or that digital transformation process requires a mixed profile. It's not only a text person, not only a manager, but some things that need to be together, need to work together in order to be successful. Also, we found that there are maybe other professionals leading this change. For example, I'm a records manager, and a lot of my colleagues are in this process, working with the chief data officer, working with the person from technologies, because they don't have a specific role there. So there are other professionals leading this and working together. What we found as well is that UNESCO, even if it's an international level and like we thought it could be more general, is the most complete and up-to-date model. But we think it's not enough because there are some things there that probably are missing, more related with the leadership or strategic perspectives that we can find in the other models, and here are not really, and also what we found is that there is no competency framework defined, or that we can found it, for digital transformation in our context. So we need to use the UNESCO one, or we need to find a different thing, And I think this is also related with the situation that Agustin mentioned, that we don't have many CIOs in our public administrations, or we don't have this specific profile in most of our administrations, and they build a team with people that know something about this and something about that and work together. So probably we will need to define some competency framework or something that could help our organizations to success in this process. So that's all. I promise that I will be brief, and you can ask whatever you.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Augusto Cerrillo, Dr. Anaí Casadesus. Curiosity is that both presentations had 22, 23 minutes. So very good, with the time. Now we open the table for discussion, debate, questions, reflections, inspiring questions. You have all the time, not all the time, but okay. And people online, of course, if they have some questions, please just write on the chat, and we are glad to hear you.
I have one reflection just to break the ice. I think that congratulations to all the three speakers. I think that this afternoon we are talking about artificial intelligence, obviously, but we are talking more about humans, human beings. I think the relationship between human beings and artificial intelligence. And I would like to say something just for your consideration, because you, Alberto, mentioned the idea of human oversight, okay, that concept. And obviously the role of the ombudsman, which must be relevant, etc. But beyond that, we can talk about the human factor, like there is an old novel of Graham Greene, and the title is The Human Factor. Let's talk about the human factor. We have the human oversight. Then we have another expression, which is the human in the loop. Then we have another expression, which is the reserve of humanity. Then we have another expression, which is the chief information officer. And then we have another expression, which has been incorporated in the new Spanish bill, which has just sent to the parliament about the good use of artificial intelligence. That is the artificial intelligence officer. We have in our legislation in Spain, like in other countries, we have the figure of the data protection officer, which is imposed by the GDPR, as we know. But now in some countries, like Spain, now it's just a bill, it's not a law, it's not enforced, but just in that bill. I don't know in other countries, in Italy, I don't know. Perhaps during the conversation, we have this figure of the artificial intelligence officer. No? For example, in the United States, it's a chief artificial intelligence officer. So I wonder if when we are referring to those concepts, all of us understand the same. I don't know exactly. Probably yes, but probably in some cases with nuances. I don't know, because, for example, some days ago, Professor Carloni and I were exchanging some emails about the two expressions, the human in the loop and the reserve of humanity. Just similar, but then I'm sure that it's exactly the same. Then we have the idea of the chief information officer, Agustin, that you mentioned. Perhaps I didn't get the expression, and you use it, but you didn't refer to a artificial intelligence officer. No, you mentioned the chief information officer. So is it the same? artificial intelligence officer is some more specific. I don't know. It's just to launch the conversation about concepts. What's the role of humans in relation to artificial intelligence? When oversighting, we're controlling, we're avoiding the use of artificial intelligence. When just that's my reflection.
Okay, Julie, thank you. Please.
There is no question. Just if you want to.
Julie Ponce is trying to provoke you about the concepts that you have worked on, but
to
also
be more specific. For example, Professor Carloni and I were talking about human in the loop and reserve of humanity. Veronica Rojas this morning mentioned reserve of humanity. In Italy, you have Gallo, I think. There is a book about the reserve. I don't know if everybody is understanding exactly the same. In my view, for example, I think that the human in the loop, the human oversight, and the reserve of humanity is not exactly the same. Well, at least in my view, when I talk about possible, debatable, obviously, but we are talking about a reserve of humanity, it means that artificial intelligence should not be used in some ways in relation to some decisions. So it's limitation, whilst the human in the loop means another thing, another different thing. I think that it's a person who review the operation made by artificial intelligence and validates it or decides differently, which is similar but not exactly. So I don't know, and I finish. I don't know if we should make an effort to build a catalog of humans and machines. So because we have the artificial intelligence and we say, no, artificial intelligence based on rules, artificial intelligence, statistical artificial intelligence. Then we have machine learning, generative. And my proposal is we should have a list of humans in relation with machine and saying, no, this person does this thing. The other person does, I don't know, or it's not necessary because we understand clearly each word and each function.
Yeah. I think that different roles have different functions. But what we try to do in our research is to see if, although recognizing that these are different functions which will be developed by different persons, if it should be a general overview which should be done by the chief. So in the top of the organization, if it should be a person who have the competencies to be able to coordinate and to lead the different roles in an organization that participate with different functions in the digital transformation strategy. Some of them will be those with the task of providing technology within the organization. Others will have the task of guaranteeing the rights of citizens within the organization when they use technology and so on. But I think that the one who will be able, who will have the duty of guaranteeing human oversight will not be the same person that the one who will be the provider of technology in the organization. But on the top of the organization, we think that it should be a person with enough competencies to be able to make all them talk together and follow an only strategy, no, an only digital transformation strategy of the organization.
In that vein, in that direction, if you have explained about the the chief information, sorry, the chief information officer, he or she, I understand. In relation to Article 14, because I think that I have seen Article 14 in one of the slides. Article 14, I think that has to do with human supervision, that is equivalent to human in the loop, perhaps. So this information officer, I understand that that among their functions, we cannot consider the function of supervising artificial intelligence when functioning. It's something more general.
Yeah.
I ask.
No, yeah. I mean, we are on this debate, but as far as I've thought about that, I think that the chief information officer will be responsible to one thing that in the organization, all the automated decisions have human oversight according with Article 15. Okay, so he will not be the direct responsible. So he will not be the one who will oversight automated decisions, but he will be the last responsible of guaranteeing that in that organization all all automated decisions under is high risk artificial systems used have a system of oversight.
We use the metaphor of a football team. He or she will be the coach, not the football player.
That's what I said. Like there was like an orchestra
director. Okay. For example.
I don't know if you want to add, Professor and Veronica after.
From an Italy point of view, about the consideration of Julie, in Italy we have also another concept is non-exclusività, the concept of non-exclusivity. I don't know if it's a different nuance. Usually we refer to the same phenomenon of the human oversight. But really reflecting together, I think that sometimes we think to a human on the loop more than a human in the loop. Human to control the system, not the specific output. So probably there is different nuances. About the question of the CEO in Italy, well, there is the comparative analysis from the use model of Caius, in particular in the executive order of Biden 2 years ago. There was a specific attention to the role of the Caius, the chief artificial intelligence officer. In Italy, we have traditionally another person that is responsible for the digital transition. That I think is something similar to the CEO. And actually, we debate really not a lot about the ISO standard. This year, there emerged an ISO standard for professional in the sector of IE, with, if I remember well, 7 profiles from the top managers devoted to artificial intelligence to the responsible for a specific implementation of the result. But there is a very recent standard of ISO for these things.
Would you like to make some comments about this? No? Are you satisfied? Yeah. Okay.
We are learning.
Okay.
Not specific for public administration, but for professionals.
Any ideas about non-exclusivity? Veronica, please.
Yes, in Peru we have a similar issue, and it's an issue, but it's a problem for public entities because we have several chiefs, no? Chief AI officer, chief data privacy officer, chief data governance officer, chief risk and security officer, and digital transformation officer. But we have in the public entities only one person, one civil servant with 5 or 6 roles. So our head of the IT departments in each public entity has a huge headache because they don't know how to deal with these 6 roles and several multiple obligations. It's lots of responsibility in one person. And I think earlier Professor Carloni mentioned about we have the challenge to build a capacity and institutionality in our public administration, no? And so in Peru, we doesn't have an augmented administration yet, but a weak administration with several obligations, and we have to address this issue in order to comply these responsibilities.
Much our work is a work in progress, and we don't want to focus on the tasks or functions, but we would like to identify which are the competencies that a profile like this should have. So that's make sure we are trying to do. Because probably, as you said, Veronica, depending on the organization, the functions that will be assigned to that person will be different depending on how many people they have in their organization related with the implementation of the digital transformation strategy. But however, the number of functions or tasks assigned to that person, we think that he or she should have specific competencies for being able to define and implement the digital transformation strategy. Well, we are, as I said, we are working on that. We don't know if we will arrive to a good result, but meanwhile, I think we are going to have good progress.
Yeah, because it has, as you could see, there are a lot of competencies, there are a lot of things that maybe one person is not able to know everything. No, it's a superhero. Well, we were thinking.
Italy, frequently, we have, I imagine also in Spain, different persons. A DPO is different from the responsabile transizione digitale. So we have another problem that the DPO say no, we can't do something. Meanwhile, the digital transformation officers say we need to do this thing. So it's better to have the same person in internal conflict or two person in external conflict.
Please go ahead.
I would like to ask to Alberto. I mean, I like a lot your presentation and I agree with your conclusions. But I have a doubt that I would like to ask you. Do you think that Ombudsman will be able to go through this transformation work? I think that's the way. But I don't know if they, probably from the point of view of their competences and the interest, I don't know if they will be able to do this transformation.
Well, in certain way in the academia we make a perspective as well. And what I think is a certain point that is the role and the perspective that the ombudsman in general in Europe and in Latin America going to the path that is going to take, because the development of the technology, digital tools, digitalization of the administration is something that is already here. So our societies are transforming dramatically. We are not going to stop that. And of course, I think we are talking about, for example, all these different officers in relation to technology and the development of digital transformation, and the lack of resources for implementing all these digital tools. Of course, they are the same in all the countries, one way or another. But what happened with private companies which provide public services, for example, they have more resources and they are more in the capability of implementing. Weaker is digital instruments. So regarding administrative or governmental action, or through intervention of the public sector, private sector, citizens, the society, is going to be exposed to new violations or infringements of the rights. So the ombudsman is going to have to put and focus on this. Last night I was talking with a colleague of mine, and she told me that 1 month ago, I think the last meeting of the American Inter-American Federation of Ombudsmen, the central discussion was about digital rights. So the ombudsman, at least in Latin America, but even America, actually, they are already in awareness of this importance of facing this digital artificial intelligence and the risks that represent for citizens. And Julie, I think pointed a very important issue for legal scholars. There are legal principles, new legal rights that are evolving. So we are the legal content of these rights and principles is not defined yet. And I think it's important that we can work in this line, how to develop the legal content of principles for serve of humanity. For example, I was talking with Veronica, the Professor Veronica
this morning,
Rojas, and said, for example, human alternative, the right to human alternative is, let's say, the right, we can say that is right, derived from the principle of human reserve of humanity. What what is the relation between these two principles
The reserve of humanity, I'm sorry.
and human alternative, the right to human alternative. Human,
The idea of asking for a human, that you have the right to ask for a human.
Yes, human alternative, right to.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That we have that in Spain now because we passed a law. We were talking about that. We passed a law some months ago, and now, although private companies can use chatbots, but we humans in Spain, we have the right to ask for a human. And during our conversation with the chatbot, we can say, stop, I don't want to follow the conversation with you, which implies that firstly, you must know that you are talking with a chatbot, with an artificial. But I don't want to talk more with you, machine, I want a human. And we have the right of getting it now. It is very recent.
For example, was a theoretical reflection. What is the relation with human alternative and reserve of humanity?
Reserve of humanity. Well,
I would say
that's a good
human
question.
alternative right is a concretar es una concretización.
Una specification or something.
Specification of the
specific.
reserve of humanity principle. We can say that this right, human alternative, as a right, derives from reserve of humanity principle. It's purely theoretical, but I think it's important to think about this
to go
and shaping the legal content of principles and rights.
Yeah.
And this is one of the most important roles, functions of the ombudsman, which is not always very obvious. But for example, in Peru, and I think I'm completely sure that the same was in Spain and in other countries. When 25, 30 years ago, we didn't have a transparency law. And the ombudsman, el defensor del pueblo, la defensoría del pueblo de Perú, not only promoted the approval of this Transparency Act, but also in 2, 3, 5 years before its approval, developed standards regarding this particular right. So I think it's something that is going to happen in digital rights.
Okay, we can move forward. There is one question more, Professor Yastin, please.
Well, there was a general reflection I'd like to share and have some feedback maybe. So, thinking out of the box, I see two models for AI. So there's a lot of intervention and ombudsman, but have you ever heard about the view that you just say, look, this is so essential to us? I mean, Donald Trump has made it national priority and safeguard to be number one in AI. I mean, we have roads that the state provides us. So could it be an option to say, like, basic AI should just be provided by state? It's something, and then a lot of issues about influence oversight are becoming much easier. Then, not that I advocate this view, I just want to bring it to the table and to make that sure I go to another extreme. And that sort of addresses an issue that you raised. There's this water capacity and electricity. I mean, they have to pay for that. And we will pay for it. I mean, it's only free because this famous phrase, if something's free, you are the product, right? So, and this is so curious that most people say, oh, we shouldn't give all the power to the big tech pros, but we all happily, we are the product. We are training their AI models. And it's funny to see that everyone just uses ChatGPT. And then they say, no, we should not. But anyways, so at the moment it will become, because they're drifting on venture capital. Just to guess that you become number one. So another business model, one is just state, it's something just as sewery or roads. But another option is look, it will be free markets and you will pay for it. They will have to pay for their water consumed and their energy consumed once the battle has been, and we have trained the American models and they win, and then they will pay for us. So those are two extreme parts of the spectrum. And actually, I've never heard someone putting forward the option of making it state-owned. Have you? I mean, is this something?
In fact, there are a lot of proposals. I mean, the European cloud, European data center. So the idea of the state, so I completely embrace your extreme.
Which one?
The state, the paternalistic one. Since we, in fact, we did as a product, we are not conscious of that, but there are resistance, of course, because in order a state to approve this type of approach, so you have to fight the resistance from tech, and you know very well that the tech has been providing an effort in the battle in Europe at the time of the approval, not just the EU Act, Artificial Intelligence Act, but all the digital regulation. So we face the most important pressure in terms of money spent and all type of pressure. So it will be difficult, and moreover, I don't see consciousness. So I would like to say that perhaps I shared this idea with someone at lunch or dinner. So in Italy, many universities make this advertisement as a great achievement to have signed out an agreement with OpenAI in order to provide ChatGPT to all the students and all the professors. This was a big, very important, a high in the ranking in Italian university from the north of Italy. And then some months later, the Conference of Deans signed an agreement with OpenAI in order to provide ChatGPT to all professors in Italy, both from private and public universities. So nowadays, we, as a professor, with a great knowledge on AI or without any knowledge on AI, we are using ChatGPT without any consciousness of the many sensitive data we are putting in the machine, and we are training the machine. Besides, a very naive, with a very naive approach, I delete all my queries, but I was discussing with a computer scientist. What's for? You don't understand that whenever you ask something, it's fast. So, but this is the reality in many states, in many states, of course, in the US. But at the same time, I will be for your the opposite, the extreme proposal. We need European cloud as well as we need the IRIS, and we need European data center, and not to be linked to this private sector. Moreover, we all know that it's a bubble, so it's free. But at the same time, sometimes in the future, near future, this bubble will explode. So with which consequence, nobody knows.
I think that perhaps just provocation goes beyond. I don't know if I have understood you, but why not thinking about another possible relationship between state and market? I mean, what you have said reminds me the legal idea, the legal, and you don't need to be you don't need to be a lawyer. The idea of a public service, the service public, or in modern European terminology, a service of general economic interest. when I think about artificial intelligence as a service of general economic interest, like I don't know, water, gas, telecommunication,
But regulated by
provided by the private and regulated by the public sector, and guaranteeing some kind of universal services. I mean, applying all the tools that we know in relation to public service, and now in the European Union, the service of general public interest. And why not having public companies developing in the market, not in monopoly, obviously, but in competent. I mean, there are alternatives, political alternative, obviously, but we have legal tools, and we know that those possibilities has been explored in other areas. But nowadays, you can correct me, but nowadays, artificial intelligence is like cars. You go to the market and you buy a car, or you buy artificial intelligence if you can. If you cannot, you can, or that's all. Perhaps I'm wrong, but we don't have it's not the same approach that with water or with other kind of services which are considered essential or basic for life. So I don't know if you were in that direction. No.
He doesn't know.
It's again, right?
Yeah.
Words has no.
Yes, okay.
Yes. But would it legally be possible? I mean, I think they will make it very difficult for us. If say Spain says we're going to do a provider as a free system.
But you know, this provider must be able to compete with the big tech. This is the problem, because the French one tried, but they're not so there is
Are they misdrawn? But is it free, or I think it's just a company, just like OpenAI.
Like,
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I'm moderating, but I'm so interested in the conversation. We have also to reassess the costs of artificial intelligence also, because DeepSeek is a good example of how much it could lessen the costs of development of AI projects. Of course, we are not talking about a very transparent project with all this, we know all these steps and so on. But does it really cost so high to develop artificial intelligence as they say in the market? Because when it came to DeepSeek, so say there was a project of millions. So considering about the billions in the market.
Does it really cost so much to play a soccer game?
Yeah, exactly.
I think this is the question.
Exactly, but we have to reassess the costs, even also to have the precise balance between the material costs and also the natural resources costs also, because this is, for me, it's much higher cost over that water to keeping all the data centers. Okay.
Yeah. But I think the cost is just with football, with soccer. It is so high because the market is overheated, and I lose student in my master, in our master of pure and applied logic, because all of a sudden there's big money. They just go. It doesn't happen that often, but it happens.
Okay. Any other questions? No? We are almost closing, maybe. Okay. So I'm very happy with this panel. I hope you so. So I just now open the door to the closing words. Professor Julie Ponce and Professor Agustin Cerrillo, please, the two directors. Project.
I think that the best word to say is that we have finished and we are free. But just saying thank you, and especially to the team that helped to develop the seminar. Obviously, I think that I speak for Agustin and I. We are very thankful to Petia, to Laura, to Oscar, to Maur. That's all. Okay, I think I said all the names. Thank you very much, and thank you our colleagues for coming and sharing a couple of days with you. And now the best is stopping here and enjoying Barcelona with you guys.